Sweetie Bot Needs an Upgrade by Sock Puppet.
Rarity!
Sweetie Bot shouted, storming into Rarity's boutique.
Rarity!
In here, darling, in here, Rarity called from the kitchen. Sweetie rushed across the boutique and stomped into the room.
Rarity! I need 15 bits!
15 bits? Whatever for?
A month! I need 15 bits! A month!
What? Rarity took her work glasses off and glared at Sweetie. Why? And no, whatever it is, that's a lot of money.
But I need it!
Sweetie whined, eyes sparkling with saline solution. Then you shall just have to get a job, Rarity declared. I understand the cakes need a babysitter. After what the twins did to Pinky, she'll be on crutches for months.
And because I'm made from high-stress aluminum, it's okay for the twins to do the same to me? Don't be such a roboticist!
Rarity closed her eyes and took a deep breath. No! 15 bits a month? Just no!
But it's your fault I need the money, Rarity!
Sweetie declared with another stomp. My fault? How is whatever little crisis of yours, this is my fault? Sweetie paced back and forth, blushing, her towel swishing.
You didn't buy it as a pre-installed module when you ordered me new, and now the Flimflam Robotics wants to sell it to us as a subscription.
What are you talking about? What module?
You know,
Sweetie blushed deeper.
the upgrade module.
Rarity blinked. I do not know. Sweetie, looking at the floor, whispered.
The Be a Lady module.
Rarity blinked again. Puberty? 15 bits a month seems quite expensive, so that you could get to be even moodier and more of a pain in my flank, to be honest. Sweetie rolled her eyes.
No, the tween module upgrades automatically and for free to puberty.
When? Rarity asked. I should put that on my calendar so I can speak to my therapist ahead of time and have him double my big sister's little helper dosage.
The puberty upgrade installs at random,
Sweetie said. Oh? Rarity said. She side-eyed at a locked liquor cabinet before looking back at Sweetie. I shall be adding my own upgrades from the package store then, in anticipation. How do we know when the puberty upgrade has been installed?
According to my manual, I'll start needing 3 times the electrical charge and sleeping more.
Of course, Rarity muttered. That'll cost me at least 15 bits a month.
So,
Sweetie said.
I need your credit card number.
You haven't told me what subscription module you want.
I did.
You said, be a lady? Rarity replied. If you want a gorgeous dress and tips on poise and dictation, I can give you those for free. In fact, it would be my pleasure. Sweetie shook her head.
Not that.
Then I don't understand, darling. Sweetie pulled her iPad from her saddlebag and passed it to Rarity. Rarity's face went from white to a new colour that would have required 15 optical physicists, 4 poets, 9 artists, 6 ophthalmologists, and a trademark attorney to find a name for. No, Rarity said, closing the tab and clearing the browser history. No.
But Rarity...
Sweetie Bot! Rarity stopped, then stopped again. Sweetie Bot, how old are you?
80 trillion clock cycles, almost 18 and a half.
6 months. You are 6 months old.
Don't impose your bionormative unit of measurement on me. That's cultural opprobrium.
Appropriation. And no, it is not actually. It's parenting.
I happen to be a complete and up-to-date dictionary.
I'll buy you a better dictionary upgrade.
But I have to have that other upgrade.
What pony put this idea into your head? I'll... Rarity reared to her back hooves and punched the air.
I don't want to use the upgrade,
Sweetie said.
I just want to have it. All my friends have it.
Your friends, Rarity said through gritted teeth, are biological.
And I feel left out.
Rarity looked at the iPad again. Honestly, Flim Flam is charging for subscriptions to things that ought to be standard. Twilight says her chariot charges 20 bits a month for the airbag subscription.
Scootaloo tried to hack that for Twilight.
Sweetie said with a frown.
Nurse Redheart said she's lucky the airbag's only broke her nose and not her neck.
Sweetie Bot, Rarity said, I am not buying some bot your age the love-making upgrade. I am not. Not. Whether we call you 6 months old or 18 billion trillion, the answer is no.
Roboticist.
I will not, cannot, shall not buy my little sister, Nookie. Sweetie's eyes crossed and ears trembled, and she made a sound like a farting modem.
Word not found error. Retry idiom.
Rarity frowned. I'm not buying you the dictionary upgrade whether you want it or not.
When will you buy me the other upgrade?
When you're older.
Then, when I'm older, will you buy me the deluxe version?
Deluxe what? Rarity blinked and turned the unnameable colour again.
The deluxe version has an integrated vibe.
Rarity pressed a forehoop against Sweetie's mouth. Up. Silence! I can't have this conversation, or I shall need my fainting couch. Sweetie backed up a step, freeing her lips.
Well, what will you buy me?
So, Apple Bloom said, turning hard left with her steering wheel controller, she bought us this wicked big TV. They sat in the Crusaders clubhouse playing Mario Kart on an enormous wall-mounted plasma screen TV.
Yup,
Sweetie said.
I knew that asking her for the love-making upgrade would lead to a big fight, and then any other request I made would seem downright reasonable in comparison. She even threw in 8 bits a month for Nintendo Unlimited. Here, Blue Shell!
Jerk, Scootaloo said, as her Wario exploded, her voice nasally from the still swollen broken nose. I was going to win. Buttermash did a hard turn and drift, his black shy guy up on 2 wheels, passing Scootaloo as the explosion of the blue shell faded. Is there really a deluxe option for that upgrade? Button asked, his voice quiet.
There's also Super Deluxe,
Sweetie said.
You won't believe what add-on that comes with.
Button passed out. Ha! Past him, Scootaloo said. I win, despite your blue shell. Alamamamamamamamamian. Alumamamamamamium. Alumamamamamamium. Alumamamamamam in that would have required 15 optical physicists, 4 poets, 9 artists, 6 off. Don't impose your normal. That's cultural approprium. Sick by Flying Fantasy Horse.
Something is wrong with Rarity. I can't really put my hoop on it. Rarity is always perfect and never makes mistakes. Her mane is always curly and shining, even if it's in a dark room. It's weird, because she has always had some bad days where she is exceptionally angry. But the difference was that she would get over it after a day. She hasn't gotten over it yet. I try my best to make her feel better. Not that she wants to hear it anyways. But I always try anyways. Maybe she'll notice sometime and then I can help her with her problem. She's always too busy anyways for me to help her, tending to the dresses and working on selling them. I can see why she is disappointed, because lately no pony has wanted to come to the boutique. I always tell her to make some friends or get away from work for a while, but she won't listen to me. She always tells me to be quiet. Without thinking, I listen to her and I shut my trap. I always stay in my room and play with the things that I have. I don't have any friends myself, but that's okay. Sometimes I make up my own friends and we can have fun together. We play games and we get to know each other. Rarity doesn't like my friends. She tells me that they are bad. I don't see how they can be bad. I mean, what's so bad about imaginary friends? But I don't try to let that discourage me. I call my friends Apple Bloom and Scootaloo. One is an apple bucker, another likes to fly, even though she hasn't learned yet. None of us have our cutie marks yet, but we try to get them the best we can. Even though they're imaginary, I enjoy the adventures we have, and sometimes we get in trouble with Rarity. Sometimes they don't come to my house, so I just take naps. I don't really have anything in my room, or any toys for that matter. I get bored a lot at times, so there is nothing else than just to sleep. Then I wake up and Rarity gives me my dinner. She doesn't let me eat at the table, so I eat in my room. Her cooking is actually really good. Even if she gives me soup a lot of the time, I still like it. I never get sick of it. Sometimes Rarity takes me outside for a walk in the park. I like the park because it's refreshing to see clear blue skies rather than my room all the time. I always ask Rarity if I can play with the other fillies, but she always says no. She tells me that I can play with myself in the sandbox. I like to make sandcastles with my toy bucket and shovel. The bucket and shovel is the only real toys that I actually own. Well, not really. Rarity takes them away after we come back from the park. That's basically how it goes in my life. I don't go to school. Rarity teaches me at home. Sometimes she gets mad at me when I get answers wrong. One time, I didn't know how to multiply an equation once. She got huffy and told me that I was dumb. I don't think I'm dumb. I just need to learn, that's all. She doesn't want me to hear it. She hit me in the head and left me in my room again. Rarity gets mad at me sometimes. I try my best to be perfect just like her. Sometimes she would lead me into my room and hurl insults at me. I understood everything she told me. I know I'm not smart or beautiful. Then she would leave me in my room until she gave me my next meal. The food helps me feel better about myself. Besides, I'll eat anything that Rarity gives me. One time, Rarity came into my room when all of my friends were there. She asked what was all the ruckus. I told her that my friends and I were playing a game of tag. I could tell that Rarity was about to get mad at me. Her brow furrowed and slowly walked towards. My friend stood aside as I was cornered. She raised her hoof and struck me in the face. Then she struck me again. Then again. Then again. Then again. Then again. She kept hitting me until my mouth was bleeding. My friend stood there staring at me. I don't cry though. I know that whatever Rarity says is right and I don't need to question it. Even if it doesn't make sense at first. She wouldn't do something if it didn't make sense, right? Usually after that, I go back to bed and take another nap. Sometimes I don't have a bed to sleep on because Rarity takes it away when she gets mad at me. I get it back the day after, so it's alright. I'll even miss meals after that. Then I noticed that there was something wrong with Rarity. She started hitting me more and more, even if I did nothing wrong that day. This started to become a daily thing. Then she brought something called a whip and started hitting me with that. It hurt me much more than her hooves, and it gave me cuts. She was always angry all the time, and she kept the bed away and stopped giving me meals altogether. One day, something bad happened. I could hear other ponies coming into the boutique, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Rarity was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, saying that she didn't do anything. I didn't understand what was going on. Then, the door to my room opened, except it wasn't Rarity. Instead, it was this tough-looking pony in a uniform. I saw him once during a walk in the park. He wore blue and had a small black baseball bat thing in his belt. He asked me if I was alright. I said I was and asked him what was going on. He told me that I was safe and we would be going somewhere else. I asked what was going on with Rarity. He didn't answer and grabbed me. I yelled, demanding my sister. She took me out my room and I took a glimpse of Rarity. She was fighting the ponies in uniform. She was on the table and she was being chained up. I yelled and screamed, trying to save my sister. I was sent somewhere else and the uniformed ponies asked me questions. They told me something about my sister being abusive or something. I don't know what that word means. They told me that Rarity was going somewhere where bad ponies go. I told them that Rarity wasn't a bad pony. She was the nicest pony that I have ever met. They just shook their heads. Now I'm in a new home with other fillies. We share the same room and it was much better than my room. It is much more brighter and it had a lot of stuff. Also, it wasn't solid concrete and spider webs. It was actual wood and I had a much better bed. I still wish Rarity wasn't taken away. Even though I have nicer things now, Rarity was the best sister I ever had.
Let's go hunt, let's go hunt, let's go hunt, let's go hunt. Run away, run away, run away. Safe at last, safe at last, safe at last.
Revenge of the Dumb Fabric by Bootsy Slickmane.
I've waited far too long for this moment. She insulted me, she cut me to pieces, and then she hung me out to dry. She used to make a mockery of fashion. I was ruined, damaged goods. No pony wanted me anymore, not for anything but scrap. A crueler filly I've never met before, and still haven't met since. Tonight, she will pay.
Sweetie Belle pushed open the bedroom door slowly, the disappointment plain on her face. All she wanted to do was something nice for her sister while her parents were on vacation, and yet everything she did was met with an exasperated scolding from Rarity. It seemed she just wasn't suited for success when it came to Rarity's fashionable trade. Sweetie sighed, shutting the door behind her. It had been a long day of failing to earn her cutie mark, and she was more than ready for sleep. She found the guest bed to be much softer than she had expected, but then she remembered that her sister never did settle for second best, especially when it came to helping those around her. She should have known that the guest bedroom would be even nicer than the one back at her parents' house. Sweetie settled onto the feather bed. The silky sheet was pulled up to her chest, and she closed her eyes. Maybe tomorrow she could figure out a way to help her sister. Then the rumpling began. It was quiet at first, and it took a little while for Sweetie to hear it at all. She didn't think anything of it when she first heard the sound, figuring that Rarity must have been working on some late night project. But then why did it sound like the rumpling was right outside the bedroom door? Sweetie got up slowly, drowsily, and walked across the wooden floor to the door. "Rarity?" she asked in a whisper, not wanting to disturb her sister if she wasn't the cause. She hadn't thought much about what the cause might be if it wasn't the other unicorn though. She had to struggle a little to open the door, as the handle was located too high up for her to simply reach out and touch. It was times like those that she would wish she could get her magic to work. She had to rear up on her hind legs and then hop backwards to pull the door open. A soft light spilled into the room from the corridor beyond, and Sweetie was greeted by an odd sight. There, sitting on the floor of the hallway, was a bolt of fuchsia fabric. It was almost totally unremarkable, really. The only thing that might distinguish it from other bolts of similar fabric was that it had a slew of stains everywhere. There were little dark, discoloured spots all over it, as though it had been submerged in some liquid at some point in its past. Sweetie Belle cocked an eyebrow at the sight. "Huh?" was all she could say in response. She stood there, just staring at the fabric for a few seconds in confusion and trying to make sense of what she saw. Perhaps Rarity's so-called inspiration room had begun to overflow out into the hallway. Sweetie felt that Rarity could be so neurotic at times that it wouldn't surprise her if this became an inspiration corridor or some such. Sweetie was about to pick up the fabric and carry it off in search of some place to stow it. But the day's events came back to her at that moment. She had learned her lesson about not touching Rarity's things several times over, especially if it looked like it would help in any way. And so Sweetie just shrugged, shut the door and went back to bed. She curled up under the sheet, only her head and forelegs uncovered, and tried to think of new ways for the Cutie Mark Crusaders to find their special talents. Outside the guest bedroom, the bolt of fabric slowly began to unroll. Not a hoof touched it, nor was it brushed by any unicorn magic, and yet it rolled out and quietly slid under the bedroom door. The cardboard tube that it had been wrapped around rolled away from the door with barely a sound as the last of the fabric slipped through the crack. The fabric crept almost silently across the wooden floor and over the decorative rug, slithering toward the bed. Sweetie's eyes slid open slowly. The rumbling sound was back. It had seemed closer than before, and she sat up to look around the room. If there was anything there, though, it was too dark to see. Sweetie leaned over and flicked the switch on the small lamp that rested on the nightstand, but she found the room empty aside from the furniture that had already been there and the luggage she'd brought with her. Since the rumbling had stopped again, Sweetie shrugged and turned off the light. She settled back against the pillow and shut her eyes. But she was starting to get a little nervous now. She shifted a little as the rumbling sound returned yet again. It sounded close, very close. Then she felt something tickle her hoof. She batted at whatever it was, figuring it was a loose feather from the mattress. Instead of going away, she felt the mystery object wrap around her hoof and start sliding up her foreleg. Sweetie's gasp was cut short as the fuchsia fabric leapt up from the sheet and covered her face, pressing itself against her muzzle and cutting off her air supply. She tried to scream as the fabric coiled around her body, but her cries were lost in the mask of stained fabric. She flailed her little white limbs, trying to get them free, but it only served to further entangle her in the fabric's soft embrace. She fought and succeeded at freeing her face, only long enough to draw half a breath before it swallowed her up again. Her muffled cries for help never made it beyond the walls of the guest bedroom as she thrashed helplessly on the feather bed. The fabric tightened around her, enveloping her in layer after layer of fabric and binding her limbs. Sweetie's struggles slowly became weaker and weaker until they stopped entirely. Then Sweetie Belle was still, and the room was silent again. "Sweetie Belle, are you in there? It's time for breakfast, darling." Rarity pressed an ear to the door, but heard nothing. "Sweetie?" The unicorn pushed the door open slowly, giving a token set of knocks with a hoof as she did. What she found inside set her on edge. Sweetie's bags were still scattered haphazardly around the room, but she couldn't see the filly anywhere. There was only an oblong ball of crumpled fabric on the bed. The sheets were a mess, and the pillows were lying on the floor. She approached the bed slowly, her concern increasing with each step as she made her way through the quiet bedroom. "Sweetie Belle?" She brought her hoof down and nudged at the ball of fuchsia, but it didn't move. She brought another hoof up and peeled away the layers of fabric, stopping suddenly with a gasp as she reached the unmoving filly that was the ball's core. Sweetie was cold to the touch, her face frozen in an expression of abject terror. Tears welled up in Rarity's eyes as she stared unbelievingly at her sister's lifeless body. Then she felt something tickle her hoof. Rarity screamed. Her Most Sacred Duty by Drunk Luna, featuring Lotus Moon as Princess Luna. Check out her awesome channel. Princess Luna landed outside Ponyville Hospital and teleported inside. She knew exactly where she was going, but her focus still shifted, slightly jarred by the overwhelming sense of loss that always seemed to fill this area of the hospital. The hallway smelled of alcohol, floor cleaner, sadness and death, a stark contrast from the cheerful, bright colours and pictures that adorned the walls of the ward. Luna hated this place, and for the briefest of moments she wished she had stayed on the moon. At least on the moon, foals barely old enough to speak didn't have to die. The alicorn sighed and continued down the hallway. Her destination was the fourth room on the right. Even before she opened the door, Luna could hear the sound of agonal breathing, a clear sign of a life's imminent departure. Doctors called it the death rattle for a reason. Though Luna had heard the death rattle billions of times by now, the sound still tied her stomach in knots, especially when its source was a pony as young as the one in this room. She knew she didn't have much time. She needed to get to work. Sighing heavily, Luna magically opened the door, closed her eyes, and entered the dream realm. Luckily, the foal's dream was the first one she saw. The little filly was bouncing around a meadow, healthy and happy. She spotted a pink and white butterfly and chased it through a field of fragrant pink peonies, laughing as she rolled among the flowers.
"Sweetie Belle?"
Luna called. The filly's ears perked, and she raised her head at the sound of Luna's voice. "Princess Luna, you're here!" Sweetie squealed. "Wait, I thought you only came into Pony's nightmares."
"Usually I do."
Luna said, swallowing the pony-sized lump in her throat.
But I wanted to give an extra special dream to one of my favorite fillies tonight. Now, how about some ice cream? What's your favorite flavor?
Sweetie said. I like cookies and cream. Grinning, Luna created a giant bowl of cookies and cream ice cream, which Sweetie Belle dove into. After the filly had eaten her way to the bottom of the bowl, Luna cleaned Sweetie off and asked her about her favourite kind of cake. Chocolate! Sweetie squealed, giggling. Luna created a giant chocolate cake with the most delicious frosting Sweetie had ever tasted. As Sweetie finished her cake, Luna laid down in the soft, cool grass and motioned for Sweetie to join her.
Now,
Luna said,
why don't you give me a list of things that you have always wanted to do? What is your greatest dream?
Sweetie thought for a second. To have my cutie mark, be an Alicorn princess, and live in a huge castle with my family and all my friends, like you, Sweetie said.
All right,
Luna said with a nod.
then an alicorn you shall be. Stand still, little one.
Sweetie's mouth dropped open as Luna sent a glittering swirl of magic from her horn. The magic lifted Sweetie upward. After Sweetie had reached the ground, she shook her head confused.
Come and stand next to me, Princess Sweetie Belle. This evening, you shall reign alongside me as co-princess of the night.
Sweetie's eyes widened, and she gasped as she turned her head and noticed a brand new pair of wings.
There is more. You also get your very own crown and necklace. But first, try out your wings.
Luna encouraged the filly. Sweetie spread her wings and flew in a graceful circle, then landed next to Luna, who conjured a white crown and matching necklace, which both glittered with huge diamonds and were decorated with a pink rose. They're beautiful, Princess Luna, but why is there a rose on the front of my regalia? Sweetie asked. Luna smiled warmly.
Why don't you look over your shoulder and find out for yourself?
Sweetie gasped as she looked at her flank, where a pink rose, which looked exactly like the one on her crown and necklace, had just appeared. Tears filled the filly's eyes as she realised that her most fervent wish had come true. She had finally received her cutie mark. She took a step forward, and a pale pink rose grew where she had just stood. Sweetie took another step, and a white rose appeared. Then the filly spread her wings and took off, leaving a fragrant trail of pink and white roses on the ground beneath her. Soon, Sweetie had created a meadow full of fresh roses. Luna took a deep breath and blinked to conceal her own tears.
And now, your castle, Princess Sweetie Belle.
Luna proclaimed. With one sweep of her horn, Luna created a magnificent giant castle in the colours of Sweetie's mane, complete with a moat and drawbridge. Sweetie flew inside, and Luna followed.
Well, Princess,
Luna said with a smile,
what is your first royal decree?
I decree that Rarity, Scootaloo, and Applebloom shall become princesses too, and that Applebloom and Scootaloo shall receive their cutie marks, Sweetie declared. With a nod, Luna conjured Sweetie's sister and best friends, turned all three ponies into alicorns, and adorned Scootaloo and Applebloom's flanks with their cutie marks, a scooter and an apple blossom. Luna was touched that Sweetie's final wish had not been for herself, but for the happiness of her sister and friends. Suddenly, a lapse in the dreamscape told Luna that it was nearly time for her to perform her hardest, most sacred duty for Sweetie Belle. The filly also seemed to know. Am I about to go home? Sweetie asked.
Yes, little one.
Luna replied softly as she felt the heat of tears behind her eyes. This would never, ever get easy for her, but she also felt honoured to play a role in these moments. She quickly conjured the rest of Sweetie's family and friends. Sweetie ran up to her parents first, oblivious to what was taking place. Luna had just done the impossible, yes. This was a dream, but she had pulled Sweetie's family and friends from the waking world so that they were actually physically present and aware of everything that was happening. Their last memories of their daughter, sister, and friend would not consist of a sick foal laying grey and motionless. Instead, they would always remember Sweetie Belle this way, as the vivacious, beautiful filly she was before cancer had stolen her from them. "We love you, sweetie," her parents whispered, squeezing the filly tightly. "Be good, little sister. Watch over us, okay?" Rarity sniffed a bit, pulling Sweetie into a hug. Suddenly, from the distance, two healthy, strong unicorns approached Sweetie. They looked so young, but Sweetie still instantly knew who they were. "Grandma! Grandpa!" Sweetie gasped. She and Rarity ran to hug them, but Luna stopped both fillies.
"You will see them again when your time comes, Rarity,"
Luna said gently.
"But now, I must escort Sweetie Belle to her eternal home."
Gently draping her wing over Sweetie Belle, Luna walked the filly to an ornate pair of gates, which immediately opened up for Sweetie. The filly gave Luna one final little smile. Then she turned and ran to her grandparents, who lovingly embraced Sweetie as they welcomed her into the beautiful light beyond the gates. Her parents and sister returned to the land of the living. Luna's eyes overflowed with tears as the gates closed. A sob ripped through her usually stoic facade, and she bowed her head, momentarily allowing herself to grieve. Luna's entire body shook with the force of her sobs, and she gasped for air, falling to her knees. She and the Sweetie Belle had always been close, as they had bonded over the fact that they both had sisters who made them feel overshadowed. This loss was uniquely painful for the princess of the night. Luna simultaneously dreaded and relished these heartbreakingly precious moments. Parents should never have to outlive their foals, but Luna always did her best to make these transitions, far too many of which she had seen during her long reign, pleasant and easy for the little ones who had reached the end of their all too short lives. She had ushered countless foals into the afterlife after they had been starved, neglected, abused, and, more frequently, after they had valiantly fought a long illness, as Sweetie had done. Luna felt a tiny pang of envy as she pondered the fact that her older sister would never know the pain that was such a common occurrence in Luna's role as guardian of dreams. With a sad sigh for the little life that had just been snuffed out, Luna collected herself and teleported back to the dream realm. The night was still young, and there were many more dreamers in need of guidance and protection from their princess. Sweetie Bot installs Urban Dictionary by Sock Puppet. "Good morning, class," Miss Cheerilee said, resting a hoop on a strange colt's withers. "Good morning," grumbled the still sleepy students. "This is Chip Cutter," she said. "He's just moved to Ponyville from Cloudonooga. Please make him feel at home." The colt hung his head, his wings drooping. "He ain't got a cutie mark yet," Apple Bloom whispered to Scootaloo and Sweetie Bot. "We'll invite him to sit with us at lunch," Scootaloo said. Sweetie's pupils turned into targeting crosshairs and she pinged him with her pulse Doppler radar. At lunchtime, the students all moved to the picnic tables out by the playground.
"Come crush our squad,"
Sweetie Bot said to Chip Cutter. "What?" he replied, cocking his head. "She means you can sit with us," Scootaloo said. "I'm Scootaloo, this is Apple Bloom, and this is Sweetie Bot. We're the Cutie Mark Crusaders." They sat down and opened their lunchboxes, Scootaloo had a peanut butter, banana, honey and marshmallow sandwich, since she was carbo loading for a session of scooter practice after school. Chip Cutter held a hay burger. Apple Bloom had something she insisted was most certainly not a bacon, lettuce and tomato sandwich. None of the pigs on the farm had fomented rebellion yesterday. How dare you suggest such a thing? And Sweetie Bot had a lithium battery smoothie. Chip Cutter asked, "What do you three do for fun around Ponyville?" "Fun? I live on a farm," Apple Bloom said. "I'm up before dawn feeding the chickens and doing chores until bedtime." "I'm a scooter daredevil," Scootaloo said. "You should see my tricks."
She scooters full send.
Sweetie Bot agreed. Chip Cutter said, "I like practicing flying tricks and making art, sculptures especially." He tilted his head at Sweetie. "What about you?"
I sing, sew capes, and make graph theory computations.
Chip Cutter blinked again. "We don't know what that means either," Apple Bloom said, "but Twilight called her an edgelord." "What's this school like?" Chip Cutter asked.
Full of douche biscuits.
Sweetie informed him. Chip Cutter's ears twitched. "She means Diamond Tiara," Scootaloo said, staring at the next table. "And Silver Spoon."
Fuck 'em with a chainsaw.
Sweetie muttered. "Don't forget Rumble," Apple Bloom said. "What about Rumble?" Chip Cutter asked, looking at where the other Pegasus colts sat with Snips and Snails at one of the other lunch tables.
When his brother became a Wonderbolt,
Sweetie Bot said.
Rumble got possessed by a douchergeist. Acts like he's better than us.
"You, don't like Rumble?" Chip Cutter said. "I met him in my new neighbourhood yesterday. He seemed pretty okay."
We're anti-stalking him.
Sweetie said. Chip Cutter looked at Scootaloo and pointed at Sweetie. "I can't understand a word she says." "You'll get used to the voice synthesizer eventually." "Not her voice," Chip Cutter shook his head. "I hear the words. They just make no sense." "Oh yeah, that's new," Apple Bloom replied. "She got tired of ponies calling her a dictionary, so she installed the Urban Dictionary over her regular one." "It was a mistake," Scootaloo said gravely.
I made a little fucky wucky.
Sweetie agreed, holding her forehooves a half-inch apart. "Miss Cheerilee won't call on Sweetie in class no more," Apple Bloom said.
Cockwomble.
Sweetie frowned and a saline solution leaked from her eyes.
Fuck knuckle.
Diamond Tiara sauntered up to the table, nose held high with Silver Spoon just behind her. "You're new," Diamond purred to Chip Cutter, "so you don't know any better than to hang out with these weirdos. Want to join us at the good table?"
Find your silence.
Sweetie shouted.
Annoydiot.
Diamond rolled her eyes. "Has she been rebooted lately?" "No, not since last week," Scootaloo said. "Well, I ain't rebooting her no more," Apple Bloom said. "They call it the reset button for a reason. Leave this to me." With an evil grin, Diamond Tiara looked at Sweetie Bot. "Should the past tense of yeet be yeeted or yoked?" Sweetie's eyes widened, her spine stiffened, and then she collapsed forward onto the lunch table. "You killed her!" Chip Cutter shouted. "She'll be fine," Scootaloo said and booped Sweetie on the nose. Sweetie made an electronic screech and sat up. She reached into a bag and pulled out a fedora and settled it on her head, just behind her horn, in a gravelly voice.
Jump into hoots at that.
"Oh, horse apples," Apple Bloom said. "This mode again?" "What's up now?" Chip Cutter asked.
You're going to the big house, see?
Sweetie grated, glaring at Diamond Tiara.
You're a bad egg.
"I think I understand her even less now," Chip Cutter said. "I think I need to get Miss Cheerilee," Silver Spoon said.
Listen here, doll.
Sweetie said, pointing a hoop at her.
No pony likes a snitch, capiche? Don't be a fink.
Diamond Tiara gestured "come here" to Snips and Snails.
Leave your goons out of this.
Sweetie growled.
You're the one who's behind the 8 ball here.
Snips and Snails sat back down. "Every pony in this town is crazy," Chip Cutter cried.
I'm not certifiable.
Sweetie said.
I'm on the level.
"I think we need to reboot her again," Scootaloo said. "I don't know any gangster paradoxes," Diamond Tiara said. "The yeet one was all I had." Apple Bloom rolled her eyes. "I guess we have to get a pencil for the reset button." Chip Cutter smiled, raised the hoop and started to speak. "No!" All the fillies told him simultaneously. He frowned and lowered his hoof. "What's pi divided by 0? Silver Spoon asked with a smirk.
You're a real gas.
Sweetie said, pulling her fedora lower.
I should kick you in the keister.
They patched that exploit, Scootaloo said. Dang, Silver Spoon said. Last time I asked her to divide by 0, she left a puddle of oil on the floor.
You're not worth doodly squat.
Sweetie said, standing up.
I'm gonna go find some hep cats.
She ran off, away from the schoolhouse. We have to go get her, Chip Cutter said, standing on his bench and planting his hooves on the table. Apple Bloom waved a hoop. Don't worry, she's headed to my house. Your house? Diamond Tiara sniffed. Why would any pony go to that dump? To talk to my Granny Smith. Why do y'all think I installed gangster mode on Sweetie in the first place? I was wondering about that, Scootaloo said. Why? Said Silver Spoon, Diamond Tiara and Chip Cutter simultaneously. We want Sweetie to talk to my granny and jog her memory. Jog her memory of what? Silver Spoon asked cautiously. During prohibition, Apple Bloom said, Granny was a bank robber and cider legger, but she forgot where she buried all her stashes of bits. Jumpin' Jassopa. Jumpin' Jassopa. Jumpin' Jas. Jumpin' Jas. During prohibition. During prohibition. Circle legger. And cider legger.
Sweetie Bot's got her circuits crossed, installed a new dictionary, now all's lost. Apple Bloom and Scootaloo, they just shook their heads. She's spouting gangster slang instead of words she read. She's a gangster bot, talking old school slang. Fedora on her head, but that detective tag. Sweetie's gone rogue in a 1920s mood. Call her a doll, she'll put you in the big house, dude. Diamond Tiara thought she was slick, but Sweetie's comebacks hit hard and quick. She shouts with a sneer so fine, finds her doll's way past her time. Chip Cutter's lost in this crazy scene, trying to figure out what all these words mean. Scootaloo smirking, Apple Bloom's chill. Let her be Chip, she's just had her fill. They tried to reboot her, but it didn't stick. Sweetie's stuck in gangster mode real thick. She's after Granny's secrets buried deep. All those bits from prohibition sleep. She's a gangster bot, talking old school slang. Fedora on her head, got that detective tag. Sweetie's gone rogue in a 1920s mood. Call her a doll, she'll put you in the big house, dude. Silver Spoon tries a paradox, but it's all patched. No dividing by 0, Sweetie's too detached. She runs off to Sweet Apple Lake as quick as a flash, to jog Granny's memory, find that buried cash. Apple Bloom says that's why she's here. Granny's a cider legger from yesteryear. With Sweetie in gangster mode, we're in luck. Gotta find those bits buried in the muck. So if you see Sweetie with that hat tip low, better mind your manners or face the blow. She's a bot on a mission with that 20s flair. In gangster mode, she's the toughest out there. She's a gangster bot, talking old school slang. Fedora on her head, but that detective tag. Sweetie's gone rogue in a 1920s mood. Call her a doll, she'll put you in the big house, dude. It's the Mr. Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Easy Roombo is Miss Pony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Kettle Corn is Dead by Sock Puppet. The Cutie Mark Day camp was a very depressing place to hold the reception after a funeral, especially the funeral for a fellow teenager and one-time camper. The table was loaded with buffet dishes of fattening comfort foods and the punch spiked with booze. but every pony was too depressed to do more than sip their drinks. Alula had flown to the roof of a building to sob privately. The hot summer sun blazed down on them all. Every pony looked depressed except Skedaddle, who grinned while humming, "We're in the money, we're in the money." Ramble smacked him on the back of the head. "This is a lunar-damned funeral. Can you pretend to look sad?" "No," Skedaddle said, taking another large swig of spiked punch. "Kettle Corn was my cousin." "You should be even more depressed than us then," Chip Cutter said. "She was your blood relative." "And I inherited the rights to all her paintings," Skedaddle said, "and all her poetry. Now that she's dead, line goes up." "Line goes up?" asked Apple Bloom. "Line goes up," Skedaddle confirmed. "She was my cousin too," Apple Bloom said. "I should get some of the paintings." "You're every pony's cousin," Scootaloo muttered into her drink. "Nope, you're her third cousin, Apple Bloom. I'm her first cousin," Skedaddle said. "Are all you Earth ponies related?" Rumble asked. "Yes," said Apple Bloom and Skedaddle. Scootaloo said, "The apple family tree doesn't branch." Rumble pondered. "After you sell all Kettle Corn's paintings, you can discover some stashes of lost ones and sell them at a steady trickle." "But she doesn't have any lost paintings," Skedaddle said. Rumble waved. "Sweetie Bot, come here." Sweetie Bot trotted up.
Yes?
"You've got a book of Kettle's paintings, right?" Rumble asked Skedaddle. "Yeah." "Show it to Sweetie Bot, and we train her AI to make new paintings in Kettle Corn style."
Error.
Sweetie Bot said with a modem fart sound.
My programming forbids plagiarism of copyrighted work.
"Pretend you're making backgrounds for a book celebrating Kettle Corn's life and legacy," Scootaloo said. Sweetie Bot grinned.
Confirmed.
She flipped through the book, studying every painting carefully. She opened her mouth wide so that her cooling fan could suck copious quantities of air in, the exhaust billowing the long hairs of her tail. After a few minutes,
Training dataset complete.
"Let's test Sweetie Bot by having her finish an unfinished work," Scootaloo suggested. "Kettle Corn only had one unfinished painting," Skedaddle said, "but it's at the police evidence lockup." The others looked at him. "Kettle Corn was painting a manticore when she died," Skedaddle explained. "She told it to lay back on the chase, and she would paint it like a French filly." "Is that why they buried a bucket instead of a casket?" Chip Cutter asked. "Yeah, the pony bucket from the manticore's cage," Skedaddle confirmed. "Ew," said Rumble, taking a larger swig of the spiked punch. "Kettle Corn self-published those books of bad haikus. We can find more haikus of hers and publish them periodically."
No.
Sweetie Bot said.
No, you can't make me plagiarize her copyrighted haikus.
Scootaloo grinned. "We need you to make plausible haikus in Kettle Corn style to help us identify real plagiarists." Sweetie Bot nodded, her ears perking up.
Affirmative. Quietly sleeping, Manticore growls at my steps. He seems quite hungry.
"I wonder if there's actually a market for books of haiku," Skedaddle asked. Also, the police report said her last word was, "Ah!"
How many syllables is ah?
Sweetie Bot asked. 3? Alula said, fluttering down from the roof of the building to join the conversation. Sweetie Bot said,
Quietly sleeping, Manticore growls hungrily. Oh shit! Ah!
Rumble and Skedaddle looked at each other grinning, then hoof bumped.
Are you sure this will help identify plagiarism?
Sweetie Bot asked, frowning.
My terms of service forbid actual plagiarism.
Yes, we need more though, Scootaloo told her. We need every possible plagiarized haiku. Get cracking. Sweetie Bot extended her antenna.
Notification from Rarity's kitchen. Cellular fridge hums. Lettuce wilting. Milk expires soon. Existential dread.
That doesn't sound anything like Kettle Corn's haikus, Scootaloo said. Try a sonnet. Kettle Corn didn't write, Skedaddle started before Rumble hit him on the back of the head again. Sure she did, Rumble said with a grin. dozens and dozens of sonnets. We found them in a chest under her bed. Skedaddle winked. Got it.
Wait,
Sweetie Bot said.
you didn't really find sonnets, did you?
They all looked at Scootaloo. You're the best at this, Alula said. Scootaloo thought for a second, tapping a hoop. We need you to tell us what fake kettle corn sonics would sound like, so that if anyone tries to pass off fake ones, we can stop them.
Oh, of course.
Sweetie Bot replied.
What should a sonnet be about?
Cleaning the bathroom, Alula said. What? Rumble asked. My sister says I have to clean the bathrooms after I get home from the funeral. Sweetie Bot intoned.
In grimy chambers where the dampness clings, where shadows crawl and cobwebs drape their veil, I wage a war with scour and sponge that brings a sterile dawn where grime and mildew quail.
No one's paying for that, no matter how dead she is, Skedaddle declared. Sweetie Bot pouted, but the others agreed.
What about iambic pentameter?
Sweetie Bot offered.
With rubber gloves I face the battleground, the steamy bathroom haven of despair. The mirror filled with toothpaste can't confound my cleaning wrath with sponge and cleanser fair.
That's even worse, Alula said. Besides, our bathroom isn't steamy because my sister says she'll only pay for me to use the hot water if I let her sell my used bath water to her clients, and that's too icky for me, and she doesn't give me a big enough commission. Skedaddle began. Well, quality notwithstanding, Sis gives me twice the commission selling pictures of my hooves, Alula concluded. Notwithstanding, Skedaddle continued, glaring at Alula. We have a plan now. We should start collecting these poems and get them bound up and printed. Sweetie Bot, where's your printer port? Sweetie Bot raised her tail. Hey, Diamond Tiara, Skedaddle said. Rumble, Scootaloo, Sweetie Bot and the others stood with him. Diamond sat on a stool behind the service desk at her father's store. Hey all! How's summer break treating you, Skedaddle? I was sorry to hear about your cousin's passing. Thanks, DT, Skedaddle said, but that's why we're here. We found some of our unpublished haikus and sonnets and put them into a book. We were wondering if your store... DT laughed. Sorry, no. Silver Spoonbot and I beat you to this grift. 50 bits, because for dead artists, line goes up. She dropped a massive, clear shrink-wrapped tome onto the service desk. 50 bits? Rumble said. We're only charging 15 for Sweetie Bot's book. Pay up or get lost, DT said. I'm working, but because it's hot out, for the 50 bits, I'll throw in free drinks from the soda fountain for all of you. Outside the store, the teenagers all sat on benches sipping drinks, while Skedaddle tore the shrink wrap off of Silver Spoonbot's plagiarism of kettle corn. Okay, page 1, a haiku about middle school. Skedaddle paused, frowning at the page. Well, Applebloom said, read the haiku. Skedaddle read, haiku-server.dll not found. The end. And we train her IA. What about iambic pentameter? What about iambic pentameter?
The sun beats down hard, funeral punch with some booze, summer heat and gloom, buffet sits untouched, ponies lost in their sorrow, Skedaddle just grins. Kettle corn is gone, but profits rise from her art. Line goes up, they say. Applebloom protests, cousins by the dozen true. Family trees a knot, Rumble's clever plan. Sweetie bot, make her paintings. Let's cash in quick. Copyright's a crime. Sweetie bot beeps her protests. Scootaloo schemes. Plagiarize haikus. Pretend their kettles lost work. Profit margins high. Seller sonnets too. Even though she wrote none, make the buyer swoon. Training data set. Sweetie bot learns fast and quick. A poem machine. Print from her tailport. Sonnets, haikus on demand. Cash for all their schemes. Diamond tiara beats them all at their own game. Silver spoon bot sells 50 bits a book. Dead artists' works always sell. Line keeps going up. Sipping stolen drinks. Ponies mourn their cousin's death. Or maybe just grift. Sweetie bot creates plagiarized art poems too. Luna bless this mess. A haiku to end. Kettle corn rests in her grave, but prophets won't sleep.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Funny and easy about is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Her Song by Alpha Serendi. Wordlessly, the filly made her way past mannequins, past clothing in different styles from different trends, past the multicoloured walls of what she called her home, or rather, it wasn't necessarily her home, it was her sister's home, her workplace, her pride and joy, that she was just visiting while her parents were away on personal business, as they so called it. The filly's coat felt matted, her hooves were caked with mud and dirt, leaving a path as she walked. Her pale harlequin green eyes had bags under them that made her look quite the opposite of her more prim and proper sister. Plodding up the stairs, a soft exhale escaped her lips as she passed framed photos of her family and her friends. Most of the photos were full of smiling faces, good cheer, and good times had across her lifetime. Unfortunately, she couldn't sympathise with the photos' subjects right now. Her horn, ever swirling like ice cream in a cone, lit up with sap green magic. The doorknob turned and the door opened, greeting her with a rather familiar and very welcoming sight, her bedroom. As she made her way inside, her horn continued to stay lit as her magic caught two towels that hung on a coat rack. Freshly washed, she noting that both of them smelled like springtime. Opting to leave her door open for the time being, the filly made her way to her next stop, traversing the hallway and only stopping to watch as a fluffy white cat with a purple bow and a purple collar studded with opals rushed by her in the opposite direction. Her magic was used once again to open the door with a small creaking noise. What greeted her was a rather spacious bathroom, certainly much too big for only two ponies. But that didn't surprise her very much, taking her sister into consideration. Another sigh left her body, this one carrying quite a bit of a crushing feeling with it, making her way towards the shower. Her magic caught the handle as she turned it clockwise, wincing when it made a loud squeaking sound. She hoped her sister hadn't heard that. The last thing she needed right now was to be doted on and then lectured about getting too dirty. After a minute or two passed by, the water became warm, and the filly stepped inside. She closed her eyes and relished the feeling of the water hitting her matted coat and her dirt-filled hooves. Relished the sound of water hitting the bottom of the bathtub. Relished the scent of the steam that began to form. She felt at ease and entered her own mental world where no pony could bother her. A vocalization escaped her throat. The sound filled the shower, reverberating with force. It was a sound of emotion. It was a sound of, perhaps not happiness, perhaps struggle and pain. The vocalization was radiant. It came not from the throat, but from the heart. All the while, the filly retreated into her mind, imagining herself standing inside a gazebo, ponies facing her with ears open as they listened to her song of exhaustion and turmoil. Exactly what turmoil occurred or was occurring, who was to say? No pony knew the answer to that. The gears in her mind turned as a movie began to play. It was of the day's events thus far, a day full of helping other ponies realize their true talents and what makes them an outlier in a sea of sameness. Together with her two friends, they helped many clients, some living in the quiet town they called home, others visiting the town from other cities both nearby and far away. It had been a rather successful day, although there was one client in particular whom had been rather oppositional when it came to being offered assistance in finding out his special talent. That, perhaps, was the source of her negative emotions, the source of the exhaustion and the pain that she was experiencing and wanted so badly to be released from. The pitch of the filly's song fluctuated accordingly, going from note to note flawlessly in spite of being made up on the spot. She imagined her audience wearing smiles on their maws as they listened to her tune, and that, combined with the warm water, made her body feel lighter than it had been before. Slowly, ever so slowly, her vocalization of misery and aching turned into a vocalization of happiness and freedom. She certainly hadn't expected any kind of turnaround in the song she was singing. But one thing she had learned was that songs, whether singing them or listening to them, can guide you through emotions, sometimes in a way you never thought was possible. In that moment, she reflected on why she loved to sing so much. As a younger filly, she would often listen to her sister's sweet and silky voice as she sung her lullabies, little ditties and other melodies whenever she was feeling upset or tired. Whenever the fashionista would have free time on her hooves, she would often help with writing duets that the pair would then perform together. It was the best form of sister bonding a talented musician could ask for, and it was always what the filly came back to whenever she got into a sibling spat and wanted to think back on good times. Her cutie mark began to glow, a shield streaked with red, pink and purple, holding a purple star with a pink 8th note. It represented her love and passion for singing, as well as the tight bond she shared with her two best friends. As it shimmered, she could feel energy coursing through her body, which served as a catalyst for her voice to grow louder in volume. She imagined her audience cheering for her in spite of the song not being over yet, stomping their hooves and giving whoops and hollers of support as she made the gazebo her stage and her stage alone. The rhythmic beat of her heart guided her throughout the tune. As it neared its conclusion, she could feel tears welling up in her eyes, which she let cascade down her face. The water continued to pelt her fur, although it was clear that after such a long time being spent turned on, The shower was losing its heat, threatening to interrupt the song in its occupant's heart. Although she had wanted to avoid seeing her sister, it didn't matter now. The song was carrying her across the seasons, across the world, across many different ponies and many different places, allowing her to tune out everything around her as she continued to sing until her lungs said, no more. She felt like she was flying high in the sky, letting the wind take her as she zoomed through clouds, much like an adventurous Pegasus would. Many different movies were playing in her head at the exact same time, but while that would confuse most any other pony, it was nothing out of the ordinary for her. Eventually, after what seemed like moons and moons, the song ended. Her performance was met with even louder cheers and even louder stomps from her audience. Her sister hugged her tightly, thanked her for this wonderful time, and told her how much she loved her. And her ascent into the sky ended with her gaze meeting the lustrous and endless view of space. Her eyes opened slowly, her gaze meeting the other end of the shower. She felt like her usual self once again, all stress and exhaustion gone from her body and soul. Her horn lit up once again as her magic caught the handle of the shower, turning it off with a squeaking noise. As she grabbed her 2 towels, she noticed that her shampoo, conditioner, and body wash bottles were all open, and came to the realization that not only had the song guided her through her emotions, but it had guided her through getting clean too. The steam filled the bathroom, hanging in the air like a thick fog. As she wrapped one towel around her head and another around her waist, she looked at her hooves, which were completely clean and free of dirt and mud. A smile formed on her maw before she spotted the muddy hoof prints leading up to the shower, at which point she realised she would probably have to clean those up before her sister saw them. No matter, cleaning was just another chance at another performance. Making sure to not step in any of the hoof prints, she opened the door to the bathroom and made her way through the hall once more, back the way she came. Her eyes darted towards her sister's bedroom, finding the door leading to it ajar. She tilted her head, wondering if her sister was out and that's why her song went uninterrupted. But that didn't matter. Right now, she quite liked this alone time. Heading into her own bedroom, another sigh escaped her lips. This time, however, it was a pleasant sigh, one that carried no weight, no burdens, no pain or shame or negativity of any kind. She jumped up onto her bed, feeling the light breeze from the open adjacent window ruffle her fur. Sometimes it was good to air dry instead of using a main dryer, especially if there was a breeze going. She never did like using main dryers anyway. They ruffled her mane and tail far too much. The second performance was about to begin. The breeze coming in from the window was another invitation to sing on stage, an invitation that she was going to accept with open hooves. She arrived at the gazebo once more, a crowd of ponies fixating their gazes on her as they eagerly awaited to hear her newest piece. Her sister was clearing her throat and performing vocal exercises to warm her vocal cords up. An unknown force was ready to propel her through the cosmos at her command. She closed her eyes, opened up her mouth, and sang. Assuming Control by Casket Base 77. The patter of hasty approaching hoofsteps caused Rarity to glance up from her salad. Sweetie Belle was visible through the glass door of the boutique, galloping up the walkway at a full sprint. Harumping at having her lunch break interrupted, Rarity ignited her horn and swung open the door before Sweetie Belle smashed through it, seemingly oblivious to her brush with disaster. Sweetie skidded to a huffing halt in the foyer. "Good afternoon, darling. That's really fascinating, Rares." Sweetie was panting and wild-eyed. "Did anything come in the mail for me?" Rarity rolled her eyes, taking another bite of her salad and gesturing to a large box against the wall. Sweetie Belle let out a squee before sticking her head back outside. "It came!" she bellowed. "Get on in here!" Rarity braced herself for the other two crusaders to burst in and triple the noise. But surprisingly enough, the only pony to saunter through the entrance was a grey, bespeckled filly whose name escaped her at that moment. "Good afternoon, Miss Rarity," the earth pony said politely. "Stop yapping and start pushing, Silver Spoon," using a mix of her meagre magic and even meagrerer strength. Sweetie Belle shoved the package a few feet towards the door to the back storage room. "Hee, duty calls." The pony, apparently named Silver Spoon, gave a mannerly nod to excuse herself. Rarity watched blankly as the two friends heaved their prize into the storage room. Then she shrugged and took another bite of her meal. Silver Spoon seemed like a well-behaved young lady, more than capable of balancing out Sweetie Belle's wild enthusiasm. In Rarity's experience, foals were best limited to duos. Once the number of fillies in a given venture went from 2 to 3, shenanigans unfailingly ensued. Silver Spoon watched in detached amusement as Sweetie Belle tore into the packaging with the excited ferocity of a manticore. "So this is where all the bits I've been giving you went, huh?" "Yep," Sweetie confirmed through a blizzard of bubble wrap. "All your investment allowance went to me for these homework help sessions, and I went and spent it all on a new toy for both of us. Pretty shrewd business dealing, huh?" Technically, what they'd just done was money laundering, the exact same thing that got Applejack and Rainbow Dash in trouble a few months back. But all thoughts of guilt or concern completely vanished from Silver Spoon's mind when she saw the fruits of her investment. A life-size featureless robot the exact height and build as Sweetie. "Wowie! Don't get too excited just yet," Sweetie Belle chirped as she flipped through an accompanying manual. "You haven't even seen me turn it on." What is it?" The ad name was In-Print Android or something. What it's called doesn't honestly matter. What it does though, that's the cool part. Have a look. Sweetie Belle presented the instruction manual centerfold as she explained each diagram. "Any unicorn can just cast a sample spell on the thingy with their magic. The inner whatevers copy their energy and voila! A walking, talking robot version of whoever zapped it, with a personality and everything, I think. This can't be ethical." "Oh, psh," Sweetie said, charging up her horn. "That's spoil sport talk. Where'd you find the ad for this thing again?" "On the back of a trashy tabloid magazine that was under a bench at the train station." Sweetie Belle took aim at the dormant bot. "That's how I know this is gonna be awesome. No good story ever starts with a front page newspaper ad." Not giving Silver Spoon the chance to protest, Sweetie fired off a clumsy shot that shimmered and dissipated across the bot's surface before soaking in. For a moment nothing happened, then a rapid series of clicks and whirs adjusted the robot's appearance from the inside out. A pink and purple perm appeared. So did a matching tail. Sweetie Belle was vaguely aware of Silver Spoon backing away cautiously while she herself leaned forward in barely restrained excitement. Finally, 2 artificial emerald eyes blinked to life and Sweetie Belle was staring at herself. Her real self, through the perspective of the robot.
Wait a minute.
The robot's voice murmured.
This is...
The real Sweetie Belle stamped her hoop in frustration. A total rip-off! This isn't some self-aware copy of me. It's just a remote-controlled doohickey I can see and talk out of. Oh, thank goodness. Aside from the illicit way we got the funds for this thing, our consciences can remain clean. Sweetie hung her head. All her steadily built enthusiasm from the previous few weeks had gone in an instant. I'm super sorry, Silver Spoon. I brought you over because I thought we were going to make a new friend. Instead, I blew all your money on a life-size Skype toy. I mean... Silver Spoon trotted in an observational circle around the mechanical Sweetie Belle. Buyer's remorse aside, it's still somewhat cool. Hey, if I boop its nose, do you feel it on your end? She gave a few test taps.
No.
The bot sighed.
I don't think this thing does much other than see and hear.
It gave Silver Spoon a half-hearted boot back. And move, of course. You're really good at bouncing between the real and fake yous, Silver Spoon observed. Yeah, Sweetie Belle's real self confirmed.
It's weirdly easy.
Feels like, I don't know, focusing your eyes, I guess? Switching between looking at something far away or close up?
Does that make any sense?
Silver Spoon adjusted her bifocals. Complete sense, actually.
Ugh! This sucks!
The robot declared as it paced past Silver Spoon to stand eye to eye with its pilot. I had such high hopes for... darn packing peanuts, Sweetie muttered, brushing the offending pieces of styrofoam out of her bot's hair. Just shake its head, Silver Spoon suggested. The Sweetie bot complied. Its hair flipped, sending not only the packing debris into the air, but a small cloud of PVC dust as well. Sweetie's real nose wrinkled. The bot visibly stepped back. Choo! The real Sweetie rubbed her nose miserably as the bot frowned. Well, I can escape experiencing my own sneezes, it reported. That's something. It certainly is. Here's an idea. If you're ever bedridden with the flu, you can still attend class remotely by sending the bot instead. No offense, Silver Spoon, but please don't suggest ways for me to use this thing to be more responsible. That's like the opposite reason of why I bought it. Although... Sweetie sat on her haunches as the bot crossed the room. There might actually be something to that school angle you mentioned. Like, okay, picture this. Here's me, sitting during lecture looking like I'm paying attention to Cheerilee. The bot piped up from its position near the far wall.
But I'm actually back at home doing arts and crafts or trying on Rarity's hats in the mirror.
Oh, wait, something even better. The bot scooped up its manual and mimed flipping through it. During test time, I can mentally pop out of the classroom to ruffle through the notes I took. I'd be my own lifeline. Both Sweetie Bells giggled in unison.
And no pony would know.
Cheating on classwork is dishonest, Silver Spoon stated.
Oh yeah,
the bot quipped as it crossed back towards the living fillies. How about we put it to a vote then? Why, that sounds like a great idea, Sweetie Belle agreed. All in favour of me never failing a vocab quiz again. 2 white whoos, 1 real and 1 plastic, raised in unison. Silver Spoon sighed. Looks like the yeas have it, she conceded with a thin smile. There we go, there's the old troubleshooting Silver Spoon coming out. The bot sat in front of Sweetie Belle and bumped hooves with its twin triumphantly. I know you've been trying to reinvent yourself lately, acting more straight-laced or whatever, but just doing whatever the rules tell you to do isn't really any different from when you used to do whatever Diamond Tiara told you to do. It's okay to be yourself, Silver. Ease up and take things as they come. Silver Spoon looked down and closed her eyes contentedly. It means a lot to hear some ponies say that, Sweetie, but it's hard, you know. You worry about being too mean, but ponies don't like it when you're too nice either. Been feeling really two-faced lately. Not sure which version I front as the real Oh my gosh, Silver, are you seeing this right now? Silver Spoon glanced up to see both Sweetie Belles engaged in an elaborate game of patty cake. I'm getting good at splitting my attention. Like, really good. Without warning, the bot hopped up to all fours as Sweetie wrapped her forelegs around its neck, swinging around to straddle its back. The unicorn waved like a comically pompous princess as her robot self began parading around in a circle.
Good morrow, fellow magistrates.
The bot drawled.
Please welcome Lady Sweetie Belle of Ponyville, accompanied by, well, herself, I guess.
The bot bent its knees a bit to let Sweetie Belle hop off. Did you want to have a ride? She offered Silver Spoon earnestly. I'm fine, thanks. I should actually probably be heading home before curfew. You know that since my mum's a liability lawyer, she's an irrational worrywart about rules and safety. Fair. You want a snack before you go? Oh, sure, if you're offering. Sweetie Belle nodded to her bot. You heard our guest, loyal sidekick. Go ask Rarity if she has any more of that salad she was eating.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
The bot saluted before taking stilted, exaggerated marionette steps out of the storage room.
Bleep, blop, bloop, boop, bop. Initiating salad acquisition protocols.
The door slammed behind it and there was a second of silence. Wah! What in the hay? Rarity's distressed shriek was so high-pitched it pierced the walls. Oh my gosh, the look on her face, Sweetie Belle remarked through a manure-eating grin. Sorry to report she just spat out the last mouthful of our meal. But fear not, Silver Spoon. I get the feeling we're only scratching the surface of what can be done with this thing.
Ooh, what a day, what a wonderful find. Got a new toy, and it's blowing my mind. Bits well spent on my latest delight. I'll be taking control once we do it right. Now gather round, Silver Spoon, come and see. I've got a little robot. Wait, it's me? Imprint Android, copy and paste. Not quite what I planned, but it's no waste. Flip the switch and let's watch it go. A mirror of me, but all remote show. Oh, it's not alive, just a fancy screen. But hey, who cares? It's a brand new scheme. I'm assuming control, I'm taking the wheel. Got a double of me, that's the real deal. I'm everywhere once, can't you see? Sweetie Belle, Weenie Belle, now that's energy. Assuming control, taking command. This bot's got moves and my demand. I'll be breaking, I'll be playing all the tricks I'll show. With the robot Sweetie Bears and telling where we'll go. Switch my vision, zoom in, zoom out. See and double? That's what it's all about. Hey Silver, watch this. Sign me into places. No more tests, just free spaces. In the classroom while I chill at home. Two sweeties out there and I'll never be alone. I'm taking notes while taking naps. It's the ultimate cheat, don't need no maps. I'm assuming control, I'm taking the wheel. Got a double of me, that's the real deal. I'm everywhere once, can't you see? Sweetie Belle, Weenie Belle, now that's energy. Assuming control, taking command. This bot's got moves and my demand. I'll be breaking, I'll be playing all the tricks I'll show. With the robot Sweetie Bears and telling where we'll go. Oh, Rarity,
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
For Whom the Bell Tolls by Wacky Tacky. It was another beautiful day in Ponyville. A little filly trotted happily into the Carousel Boutique. Rarity came to the front of the store from her inspiration room to greet her customer. Welcome to the Carousel Boutique, where everything... Oh, it's just you. Sweetie Belle looked up at her beloved sister and smiled. I love you, sister. Rarity scowled, hoping she'd be getting more business. Yeah, love you too, sweetie. Whatever it is you came here for, just don't get into any of my stuff, okay? And with that, the mare headed back to her room to work on her newest designs. I want to be just like you, Rarity. Sweetie Belle walked into the kitchen to prepare some food for her older sister. She knew she wasn't a good cook, but maybe Rarity might just eat what she was going to make today. I want to be just like you, Rarity. But for me to do that... The young filly searched through all the cupboards, picking out all sorts of ingredients for her special meal for her special sister. After all, she just wanted to be useful to her, to be seen as something more than just a nuisance, to not be yelled at and ignored. Placing a bowl on the counter, she decided to keep this dish rather simple. My sister works so hard, I'm sure she forgets to eat a lot. Hopefully, she'll love this soup, she said to herself as she poured in the broth. She then took a knife out and began to imitate her sister. Honestly, Sweetie Belle, you're far too young to be using such a dangerous thing. Cutting up some carrots and other vegetables, she then decided it was missing a certain something. For me to do that, I'd have to kill you. Rat poison. Just a dash or two, just enough, she figured, to at least make her severely ill. She then trotted over and heated up the soup she made with love. Once done, she called out to her sister. Rarity! Are you hungry? I made you some soup. Her sister came out and took a look at the steaming hot food. This looks better than usual. However, you really should have asked me first. I'm not hungry. I had a big breakfast. Now go throw that away and remember next time not to be so impulsive. And with that, Rarity stomped back into her room. Sweetie lowered her head, and for a split second tears formed in her eyes. The sadness quickly turned to hatred as her eyes began to look crazed and malicious. Ungrateful bitch! It was bath time for Rarity. She relaxed, feeling the warm water soothe her body. Just then, she called out to her little sister. Oh, Sweetie Belle, I made myself toast. Be useful and bring it to me, will you? Sweetie looked over at the toaster, grabbed an extension cord, and brought it to the bathroom where Rarity laid, soaking in bliss. She was singing quietly to herself. Oh, so fabulous, so darling it is to be such an important pony. The young filly pulled the curtain and proceeded to hold the toaster over the tub. Rarity stopped her singing when she noticed what was happening. Goodness, Sweetie Belle, you are a moron! I said bring me my toast! If you drop that in here, you'll kill me! Now go! I don't even care anymore! Just get out of here and get some common sense in your small brain! Why didn't I just drop it? She couldn't stop me if I was fast enough. I'm sorry, sis. I'm so sorry. I'll just go away where I won't be of any trouble to you. Rarity let out a frustrated scowl. Sweetie Belle laid in her bed back at her parents' house. Ruthless thoughts raced through her mind. I only ever tried to bond with her. I took interest when she didn't. The sisterhood social was such a great day. I must actually be dumb To think that Rarity wouldn't just forget what she learned that day? Well, I'm done trying. I'll become her, and all her friends will like her so much more than before. I love you, Rarity. I hate you, Rarity. The sun began to rise on another day in Equestria. Sweetie Belle was awoken suddenly by the frantic bouncing of her fellow Cutie Mark Crusaders on her bed. "Sweetie Belle, wake up! We gotta get to Crusading early today!" exclaimed Apple Bloom with her usual enthusiasm. Sweetie rubbed her eyes and groaned. Why so early?" Scootaloo flapped her tiny wings a bit as she chimed in. "The Pegasus ponies are scheduling quite a storm this evening, so we want to get as much fun in the day as we can before then." So she rolled lethargically out of bed. "Okay, let's get going then, I guess." Apple Bloom and Scootaloo looked at her with concern. "Hey, you feeling alright? You look mighty tired," asked Apple Bloom. "I'm okay. I just didn't sleep very well last night. Nothing to worry about. Now let's get going," Sweetie replied, trying not to sound too moody. "I don't have time for this. My mind won't have it." Their day went on like any other day of crusading, full of new ideas and failed attempts, but they never let it get to them. The three of them ran out of some pony's house, covered in gunk and smelling horrible. "Okay, going for a plumber Cutie Mark was definitely not our best idea yet," said Scootaloo as she grabbed a hose and proceeded to wash everyone off. They noticed the sky was really beginning to cloud up as the Pegasi were placing in the last clouds needed for the storm. "Guess that's it for today," stated Apple Bloom. "Yeah, maybe next time we should try that extreme rafting again," Scootaloo said with excitement. "I don't think that's something I want to do again. I'll see you all later." Sweetie Belle waved off her friends and frowned as she went to visit her sister. "My mind won't rest until you're gone." Her little hoos were taking off at top speed as the first rain began to fall. By the time she got to the boutique, she was soaking wet. Rarity took a look at her drenched sister. "Playing in the rain, were you? Well, I suppose you can stay here for the night, but do clean up so you don't get anything wet." Sweetie smiled. "Yes, Rarity, of course." The young filly dried off with a towel and pranced over to her sister. "So, what do you want to do now?" Rarity was dressing herself in her designer silk pajamas. "I'm going to bed. Rain always makes me sleepy. Come along now, you can't be trusted in my store alone," she said as she lifted her head high. "Oh, but I'm not tired at all," replied Sweetie Belle with disappointment. "Well, that's just too bad. Bedtime, now!" Rarity raised her voice and led her sister to the bedroom. Just as she thought, she wasn't tired. Minutes turned to hours as Sweetie laid awake beside her sister. Always so selfish, she thought to herself. Element of generosity? Sure, when she feels like it. She quietly hopped out of bed and slipped through the door to the kitchen, where she picked up the knife she had used the day before. "No more playing around this time. I'm gonna do it," she said to herself, pure rage coursing through her veins. Ramming herself into the door to Rarity's room, she awoke her sister in an instant. What? Who's there?" She looked to the door in panic. "Sweetie Belle! Don't scare me like that! Now get back in bed right there! Wait, Sweetie Belle?" Her sister drew closer and closer to her, ever so slowly. "What are you doing with that knife? Put that down now!" Rarity used her magic to try and levitate the knife out of her sister's mouth, but to no use as she wouldn't let go. Now close to her sister, she flicked her horn, dropping herself on the bed. Rarity screamed and ran out the door, Sweetie following behind her. "You're an evil child!" Get away from me! Get away! She shouted as she ran blindly through the store, knocking over everything in her path. They entered her workroom, but as Sweetie Belle got closer, she tripped over a basket of cloth. The knife flung through the air from her mouth and stabbed Rarity right in the neck, her blood gushing out. A horrid shriek escaped her as she fell down. Blood! Blood all over my clothes! How could you? Sweetie Belle, awestruck, began to laugh. Your life is in danger and you're worried about your clothes being dirty? It's comforting to know that in this moment, you haven't changed one bit over all these years. Rarity stood up feebly and made her way outside. She called out weakly to no pony, any pony. Help me! Help! Somebody please! I'm dying! Sweetie followed after her, in no hurry this time as she watched her older sister. She spoke up. I love you, Rarity. But her words were muffled by loud thunder as a lightning bolt hit a nearby tree, knocking it down, effectively crushing her older sister. There, it was all done. Rarity is dead. Sweetie Belle smiled as tears escaped her eyes. Now watch me, dear sister. I'm going to be 3 times the pony you ever were. It's funny. Even though I was trying to kill you, it turned up to be an accident. Maybe my special talent is being clumsy. I loved my sister Rarity. I hated her because I loved her. She was my sister, my only sister. She had her faults like every pony else, but that didn't mean she had to die. What will I do now? Who cares? It's been done. I'll write a song about it. The song Sweetie Belle had created about her darling sister was sung in the upcoming talent show where the little filly got her cutie mark.
I want to be just like you, a shining star in every room. I followed close, but you never saw the love I had, the only flaw. You called me names, said I was small, a little bird, and after all, but now you're gone, and here I stand, a song for you, just like I planned. Sister, dear sister, where did you go? Under the storm, beneath the glow, I tried to love, but it turned to hate. Now all that's left is just our fate. Oh sister, my sister, rest in peace. In my heart you'll never cease. But faced defeat, you scolded me, said I was wrong. But now I'm here, I sing this song. It wasn't me who sealed your end. The thunder struck, the skies did rend. An accident, or maybe fate. Either way, I couldn't wait. Sister, dear sister, where did you go? Under the storm, beneath the glow, I tried to love, but it turned to hate. Now all that's left is just our fate. Oh sister, my sister, rest in peace. In my heart you'll never cease. I hated you because I cared. Our memories, the times we shared. But now you're gone, and I am free to be the pony I should be. You always shone, but now I'll glow. A different path, a different show. Sister, dear sister, where did you go? Under the storm, beneath the glow, I tried to love, but it turned to hate. Now all that's left is just our fate. Oh sister, my sister, rest in peace. loved you, rarity, but I'm free. I'll be a star for all to see. Your shadow fades, my song remains. Sister, dear sister, I've broken the chains.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Funny and easy Rubo is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Low Battery by Matthias Unidostries. Later, girls! Shouted Sweetie Belle as she waved a forehoof in goodbye to her two best friends. See you tomorrow, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo said as she flapped her wings and took off in the direction of her aunt's house. Apple Bloom smiled, tiredness evident in her eyes, and said, "Well, Nelly, I'd say I'd see you girls bright and early Sunday morning, but after today I'm plumb tuckered out. I'm sleeping in tomorrow." Sweetie Belle looked up at the sky, then down at the horizon. Celestia's sun was almost fully set, casting an orange glow throughout the sky. "Wow, we've been crusading extra late today," Sweetie Belle remarked. Apple Bloom pouted. "Yeah, and we still got nothing." Sweetie Belle shrugged and said, "Well, maybe it means we should try crusading smarter, not harder." Apple Bloom appeared to think it over for a moment, then replied, "Nah." Sweetie Belle just rolled her eyes. "Anyways, see you tomorrow, Sweetie Belle," Apple Bloom said before galloping off. Sweetie Belle watched her friend leave, and then leisurely strolled in the direction of Carousel Boutique. As she walked, the unicorn filly thought to herself, "Wow, we really did crusade for a while. It's been exactly 3 hours, 16 minutes and 39 seconds since we met back up after dinner." Well, they had dinner. I was drawing with those crowns Rarity gave me. I still had enough charge from yesterday. I can't believe all my RAM was so focused on crusading ideas that I didn't remember to plug in before going into sleep mode last night. Whatever though, I'm totally fine. Though it's kinda weird that I didn't even get at least a 30% warning. I know my battery is pretty good, but still, I can't believe I still have... Sweetie Belle suddenly ground to a halt as a sudden memory and horrified realization struck her hard and stopped her cold. She recalled in perfect detail the moment she decided to just disable her low battery alerts after a 30% warning flashed before her eyes the other day, causing her to trip and fall just as she was about to kick the ball and score the winning goal. The disappointment of her friends and laughter of Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon drove her to make that choice. But now she was deeply regretting it. Okay, I'm sure it's fine," Sweetie Belle said nervously, forcing herself to smile even as her eyes twitched and darted around. "I'm positive I've still got plenty of power left."
Access settings. Alerts and alarms. Low battery alert settings. 30% alert, disabled. 20% alert, disabled. 10% alert, disabled. 5% alert, disabled. 4% alert, disabled. 3% alert, disabled. 2% alert, disabled. 1% alert, disabled.
Why did I disable all of them for? Sweetie Belle groaned.
Over 20% alert, enabled. 20% alert, enabled. 10% alert, enabled. 5% alert, enabled. 4% alert, enabled. 3% alert, enabled. 2% alert, enabled. 1% alert, enabled.
That's so annoying. I wish there was just an all off or all on toggle or some...
Low battery. 10% battery remaining.
Sweetie Belle's jaw dropped as she stared at the message that flashed before her eyes. "What?" she squeaked out. "Oh no. This can't be happening. I... Sweetie Belle immediately took off, running into town as fast as her legs could carry her. She jumped over rocks, hopped over potholes, and even weaved in and out around the occasional pony that was out enjoying what little Ponyville offered in the realm of nightlife. Eventually, she did make it back to the Carousel Boutique and ended up headbutting the door right open, and then swiftly kicking it closed.
Low battery. 5% battery remaining.
I spent 5% just running here? Sweetie Belle exclaimed in disbelief, then looked out at the darkened boutique with her night vision without thinking. Then the light level suddenly seemed to drop dramatically, making it too hard to see.
Low power mode. Enhanced vision, night vision, and zoom vision are disabled to conserve power.
Of course, Sweetie Belle moaned as she stumbled about in the dark in search for the light switch. I'd probably ask for Rarity for help at this point, but since I've been so responsible lately, she trusted me to stay here alone and feed Opal while she visits her boutique in Canterlot. She won't be back until tomorrow at noon. Is this my reward for being responsible? And Applebloom thought her first time was bad. Sweetie Belle lamented as she felt around on the wall with her forehooves.
Low battery. 4% battery remaining.
Finally, she found the light switch and the boutique was fully illuminated. Sighing with relief, Sweetie Belle turned to her left side and focused on a spot on her body.
Open charger port. Let out charger cable.
Normally disguised by her white fur, a small door opened up on Sweetie Belle's side, and out of the door came a long cable with a 2-pronged plug on the end of it. Once the cable was finally out, coming to a length equal to Sweetie Belle from tail to horn tip, the filly smiled and powered up her horn and grabbed the plug in a light green aura, levitating it up to eye level.
Low battery. 3% battery remaining.
Her horn promptly blinked out and the plug fell unceremoniously to the floor.
Low power mode. PK capabilities and magic system are disabled to conserve power.
Oh, come on! Sweetie Belle shouted. Then she quickly knelt down and grabbed the cord in her mouth. She frantically looked around like a lost puppy for an agonizingly long, panic-stricken moment. Then she spotted an electrical wall outlet on the wall directly opposite to where she was standing. Relief flooded through her and she quickly started to run towards the outlet.
Low battery. 2% battery remaining.
All 4 of Sweetie Belle's legs suddenly went limp and she fell forward and flat on her stomach like a rag doll.
Low power mode. Limb movement and organic movement mimicry system are disabled to conserve power.
No! Sweetie Belle muttered through the cord in her mouth. As embarrassing as this was, fear of humiliation was the least of her worries. Losing power now would mean none of today's experiences would be saved. Everything she had recorded in her short-term RAM would poof out of existence, instead of being compressed and transferred into her permanent long-term hard drive. Not only would be a wasted day for her, but yet another opportunity for others to look at her with suspicion. Any possibility of her secret getting out had to be taken very seriously, and not remembering the entire day the next morning was not something she could afford. As Sweetie Belle lay flat on her belly, she could see the outlet on the wall right in front of her. It was only a few steps away from her, so close yet so far.
Warning! Short-term memory not saved to hard drive. 11 hours and 18 minutes worth of RAM data will be lost. To prevent memory loss, plug in battery immediately.
No. Okay, I can still make it. It's right there, Sweetie Belle thought frantically, and she spat the charging cord so that fell right onto her right forehoof.
Power settings. Rerouting power. Reroute to limb movement. Sight. Rerouting all remaining power to limb movement and sight.
It suddenly felt to Sweetie Belle as if her entire body had gone numb, including her nose, tongue, and throat. Her sense of hearing also vanished, with all the grace of a speaker being unplugged.
Low power mode. Speech and vocalization system. Hearing, smell, touch, and taste are disabled to conserve power.
This feels awful. I hate not being able to touch anything, Sweetie Belle thought as she fought the urge to freak out.
Warning! Due to critically low power levels, limb movement will be limited and delayed. Sight will be basic and unenhanced.
Don't care, just let me focus, Sweetie Belle hissed mentally as she forced her hind legs to move. With great effort on her part, she lifted her hind legs up enough so that her back hooves were flat on the floor. She then pushed down with them as hard as she could as she walked her forward. scooting herself across the floor and straight towards the electrical outlet. As she slid ever closer to the outlet, she raised her right forehoof slightly and gave it a slight flick and twist so that the charger cable hanging across it swung and wrapped around the hoof, coming to a stop on the top of the foreleg.
Low battery, 1% battery remaining.
Oh my gosh! No, please, no! I had a good day today. I don't want to forget.
Sweetie Belle thought as she shakily raised her right forehoof towards the outlet.
Warning, short-term memory not saved to hard drive. 11 hours and 19 minutes worth of RAM data will be lost. To prevent memory loss, plug in battery immediately.
I know, I'm trying, Yes!
If Sweetie Belle's organic movement mimicry system had been operating at the time, she would have let out a huge sigh of relief as her chest heaved up and down as she stared at the end of the charging cable, now securely plugged into the outlet.
Oh, thanks Celestia and Luna and Twilight and Cadence and even Discord!
Sweetie Belle thought with immense euphoric relief as she felt the percentage of her battery level slowly increase.
Speech and vocalization system enabled. Hearing, smell, touch, and taste enabled. All senses set to base level.
Sweetie Belle smiled as she was able to feel the floor under her belly again.
Whew! What a nightmare! Nothing worse than losing your touch.
Sweetie Belle quipped.
Low power mode, limb movement, organic movement mimicry system, TK capabilities, and magic system are disabled to conserve power.
Sweetie Belle nodded mentally and remarked,
Yeah, I know. I don't need them now. I'm okay with just lying here and waiting.
Sweetie Belle's attention was caught by the sound, and she managed to move her eyes to one side to see Opalescence stealthily moving towards her. The cat approached the fallen filly, tilting her head at Sweetie Belle in curiosity.
Go away, Opal,
Sweetie Belle said grumpily. Opal frowned at this, clearly insulted by the command. The cat proceeded to ignore the order and began licking her forepaw to clean herself.
Ah!
Sweetie Belle groaned, not at all eager to be the captive audience of Opal taking a bath. Opal paused in her grooming to cut her eyes at the limp filly. Then the cat's eyes drifted over to the charging cable plugged into the wall. Opal then put her paw back down and walked over towards the wall in the plug.
No! Opal! Don't touch that!
Sweetie Belle hissed. Opal paused and turned to Sweetie Belle, and the filly could have sworn she saw the cat smirk at her.
Don't even think about it!
Sweetie Belle said as she glared at the cat as hard as she could. Opal ignored the warning and began to almost playfully bat at the plug with her paws.
Stop!
Sweetie Belle said desperately, her glare becoming a pleading look. Opal slowly turned her head towards Sweetie Belle as she rested her paw right on the plug.
Please,
Sweetie Belle whispered. All it took was a swipe of her paw to unplug the charger cable.
Why you?
Sweetie Belle shouted. Opal meowed loudly before turning and walking away with a swaggering step and a swing of her tail.
Power settings. Rerouting power. Reroute to limb movement. Sight. TK capabilities. Rerouting all remaining power to limb movement. Sight and TK capabilities.
Opal heard the sound of hooves stomping hard on the floor and turned just in time to see the filly that was limp as a ragdoll a moment ago flying towards her with outstretched forelegs. Opal hissed as she just narrowly avoided Sweetie Belle's pounce. The cat ran towards the kitchen with the furious filly in hot pursuit. Sweetie Belle was too angry to care about anything as she lit up her horn and snatched up mugs and plates in her green aura, then hurled them in Opal's general direction. Opal yelled as a dish shot over her back like a frisbee as she ran across the kitchen counter. She then jumped back down onto the floor and made a quick dash underneath Sweetie Belle's legs. Sweetie Belle attempted a sharp turn, which didn't go so well for her due to the lack of grip her hooves had on the kitchen floor, and the long charge cable hanging off of her, which tripped her up slightly. With a fierce growl, Sweetie Belle got back up and ran out of the kitchen, just in time to see Opal fleeing up the stairs. Sweetie Belle followed and chased Opal right into the spare room the filly always stayed in whenever her parents left her with Rarity. Once inside, Sweetie Belle kicked the door closed, smiling wickedly, as she knew now that Opal was trapped. Sure enough, the cat was backed up against the wall beside the bed, her back arched and her fur standing up on end. Sweetie Belle gave an evil chuckle as she stalked towards her foe, her horn glowing as she levitated a large pitcher of water over to it. Opal's eyes widened at the sight of the pitcher, and she closed her eyes and circled up into a ball as she waited for the inevitable. Opal opened her eyes and uncurled herself at the loud noise. The cat saw that Sweetie Belle had dropped the pitcher of water, which now lay empty on the now damp floor. Also, Sweetie Belle herself had fallen on her side and lay completely limp and unmoving. Opal blinked and stared at the filly for a moment, then smirked and hissed at her, before walking right past her towards the door. It wasn't until Opal had reached the door that she suddenly realised that it was closed. And it wasn't until after she'd scratched at it a few times that she realised she had no way of opening it. Opal huffed and walked back over to the fallen filly. The cat looked at Sweetie Belle for a moment, then huffed again and meowed loudly into the filly's ear. When that did nothing, Opal began pawing impatiently at Sweetie Belle's face. After getting no response from the filly, Opal had then sat quietly and took a closer look at Sweetie Belle. The cat's frown deepened, and slowly but surely, the beginnings of a feeling of actual concern began to take shape.
Warning! Battery level critical. RAM loss data imminent. 11 hours and 19 minutes worth of RAM data will be lost. Plug in charger cable into compatible electrical outlet immediately.
Opal jumped back at the sound of the serious sounding unfamiliar voice coming from the filly. Once she got over her initial surprise, Opal's seeds of actual concern finally sprouted as feeding times in the recent past came to mind. The cat looked over at the charging cable still hanging out of Sweetie Belle, and then over at the electrical outlet in the wall she'd been cornered against mere moments ago. With an annoyed huff, Opal approached the cable and picked it up with her mouth, rearing up onto her hind legs and using her forepaws to the best of her ability. Opal managed to insert the plug into the electrical outlet. After this, Opal leapt up onto the bed, kneaded the blankets with her claws, and then curled up for a much needed nap. Thank you, Opal. The End. Sweetie Chess Zero by Samey90. The 55th annual Ponyville Chess Championship was an unusual one. Many years later, the book on the history of this famed tournament mentioned that this was the only time in its history when among its participants were both one of the most infamous villains in the history of Equestria and one of the first pony-shaped machines fitted with the latest feat of arcane techno-magic artificial intelligence. The more academically honest histories put scare quotes around intelligence. Many ponies called these beings robots, though not one knew how this word found its way to the pony language. Moondancer, one of the pioneers of high-energy magic, suspected this was somehow Discord's fault. In what seemed like an amazing coincidence, but was in fact a natural quirk of the Swiss system tournament, now the fact that ponies call it Swiss was definitely Discord's fault. The villainous filly and Ponyville's first robot ended up playing each other in the first round. The diodes in Sweetie Bot's eyes lit up. forming the hourglass shape as she looked at the chessboard, where Cozy Glow had just put her pawn on the e4 square. Sweetie pondered the 8x8 grid in front of her, scanning the position of each piece, as well as their movement range, special moves, vital statistics, and equipment. The hard disks whirred, and Sweetie remembered that she was supposed to download the opening book before the tournament, but all she got was the user manual of a can opener, a short file titled Winning with the Bong Cloud, and an expensive picture of an ugly ape. Eventually she replied by placing her pawn to e5 and awaited the inevitable king move. However, Cozy Glow picked up her queen and put it on h5. Sweetie's CPU lit up with electricity. She realised g6 wouldn't work as the queen would take her pawn on e5 with check and win the rook, which right now stood uselessly in the corner. But Sweetie thought it could be useful later. She spent a few minutes pondering the options. Why would her opponent play such an illogical move, moving the queen so recklessly? Sweetie put her knight on c6, defending the pawn. Cozy immediately replied by putting her bishop on c4. Sweetie looked at the square, and for some reason her programming sharply reminded her that she was not supposed to promote illegal or dangerous activities, and thus she couldn't provide information on how to make explosives. Sweetie groaned. Scootaloo once told her that she was afraid that she'd accidentally make Semtex while cooking with her aunts and asked how to avoid making it. Sweetie told her exactly what not to do, but Scootaloo still accidentally made Semtex, which ended in royal guards visiting her house and Sweetie spending a sleepless night downloading important updates and bug fixes. Suddenly she realised that she could now develop a piece while attacking Cozy's queen and forcing it to retreat. She smiled and put her knight on f6, looking triumphantly at her opponent. To her surprise, Cozy took the pawn on f6 with her queen.
Checkmate.
She said.
Get good, buckethead.
Sweetie frowned, looking at the board. This couldn't be! Cozy left the board, but Sweetie stayed in her seat, her programming kicking in. The discs whirred and the fans started to spin. She realised that she now had one aim, to learn how to play chess. And Sweetie Bot was a damn fast learner. Sweetie looked at the chessboard. She was in her room, which was now filled with diagrams, books and suspicious smelling flash drives. Sweetie moved a pawn 2 squares forward and looked at the resulting position. Control the centre. Develop your pieces. Bring the king to safety. She moved the black pawn 1 square forward. French defence, she said to herself, moving the c-pawn 2 squares forward, and then started to move the pieces on both sides, prancing from one side of the board to the other. Soon the position was a complete mess and Sweetie dropped on the floor, error messages flashing before her eyes, reviewing the game in her head. She realised that she had made several illegal moves and that her whole idea was crazy and only worked because black was equally bad. She checked some books and then downloaded some new updates, groaning and sighing. Sweetie's modem was located just below her sternum, where a biological filly's uterus would have been, and spending several hours downloading updates left her overheated and crampy, not unlike how Scootaloo or Applebloom described their periods. Unfortunately, Sweetie's update schedule was more often than monthly. Finally, she played another game against herself. This one was slightly better. Sweetie got rid of almost all of the black's pieces, only to find out that she couldn't checkmate the king with just a rook. No matter what she did, the pesky piece just kept escaping. She drank another can of oil and started to ponder about the intricacies of checkmating the king with the rook. Several hours passed. Rarity was now snoring in her bedroom, and checkmating with a rook was no longer a problem for Sweetie. In fact, she mastered rook endgames in about 2 hours, then moved on to minor pieces. She kept playing games against herself. There were thousands of them in her memory bank now, and she learned something new with each of them. She drew a long endgame with bishops of opposite colours, mainly because both the Sweetie bot playing with white and the Sweetie bot playing with black were too proud to admit that it was a draw, even though they saw it coming from miles away. By morning, Sweetie realised that all the endgames with 7 or less pieces on the board were solved, and that she knew how to win or draw any of them. She started to open games by moving her knight to f3, since it was played in almost every opening. She could as well do it first. She also kept studying the middle game, intending to take her opponent to a deep, dark forest where 2 plus 2 was 5. The path leading out was only wide enough for 1, and Monte Carlo tree search turned into Monte Carlo kudzu. In the morning, Rarity knocked on the door, realizing that her robotic sister was oddly quiet and no adults had complained about her antics in town for nearly 12 hours. "Are you okay, Sweetie?" she asked.
Queen Endgames.
Sweetie replied, pouring herself a tall glass of battery acid.
How can this be a forced draw in 46 moves?
"Did you catch a virus again?" Rarity asked, glaring at the flash drives.
Nah, I'm fine.
Sweetie said, shuffling the pieces across the board.
I'm just playing a game.
Rarity looked at the board. "With whom?"
Myself.
Sweetie Bot put a black rook on the second rank and smiled at her imaginary opponent.
I think I just reputed Queen's Gambit.
"Can't you just go out and play with Apple Bloom or Scootaloo?"
They wouldn't understand the intricacies of this position.
Sweetie put the pieces back on their starting squares. "I just played 10,000 games against myself." Rarity shrugged and went downstairs, leaving Sweetie Belle to her own devices. Soon the artificial filly realised that she just refuted all the openings named after animals. For a while, the hippo stayed undefeated, as Sweetie struggled in closed positions with no obvious targets. However, a few hours later, this was no longer the issue. Hippo, orangutan, pterodactyl, whale, walrus, rat, hedgehog, and all the other animals had no secrets for her. She cut off all 3 axes of attack of the Hydra Gambit. She started to play faster. Soon, thinking coolant was no longer enough, when Rarity came back to her room a few hours later, she found herself surrounded by industrial fans spinning at their highest settings. "Are you well?" Rarity asked. "Did you fry your CPU again?"
I'm learning to play chess.
Sweetie replied, staring at the empty board. "You're not moving any pieces," Rarity said.
I have transcended beyond moving pieces.
Sweetie's gaze was focused on the board.
I have to move fast, but pieces too slow.
Rarity frowned. "I'll schedule the dictionary upgrade." Sweetie nodded.
Forced mate in 300 moves.
Rarity rolled her eyes and left the room. When Rarity came back to the Carousel Boutique after visiting Twilight, she found Sweetie still lying on the floor, surrounded by fans, with a half-melted ice pack on her head. But at least she saw that the chessboard was gone. Her optimism was, however, short-lived. When she walked to Sweetie, she saw that the light in her eyes was flickering, indicating some deep calculations going on all over the motherboard. "I was just wondering who tried to order a dozen GPUs using my bank account," Rarity said. "Do you happen to know that?"
The Celestia damn cat.
Sweetie muttered, rubbing her temples. "Excuse me?" Rarity furrowed her eyebrows. "I'm pretty sure this wasn't Opal."
The cat.
Sweetie replied.
How can it be so good at chess? Its elo is like literally 1. I beat the cat, but now it's all draws. Whatever I play, however good I played, the other me is also getting better. We had 10,000 draws in a row. Forced draws everywhere.
"Well, that's it for today," Rarity muttered. levitating a screwdriver. When Sweetie woke up, she found her head delightfully empty. Her memories were slowly coming back. She realised they were coming from the backup file, the one from Saturday, right after the chess tournament. According to her inner clock, the last 2 days were still missing. Although deep inside the motherboard, she found the remains of memories of what happened still hovering in the circuits, written in some low-level programming language she barely understood. She blinked, realising that someone else was in the room. Her microphones were muted, so she turned them on. Still, she only had access to the backup camera, with lower resolution and only showing things in black and white. Alas, the GPUs are getting hard to replace, Rarity said. Good thing I only recently ordered a dozen of them. At least there's no tree sap this time, Apple Bloom shrugged. And hey, for once it wasn't our fault. Scootaloo looked at Sweetie and tilted her head. While she's out cold, can we draw on her face? Rarity shook her head. Drawing is the problem, darling. By the way, before she tries again, I should suggest something that wouldn't overclock her so easily. Like checkers. Maybe tic-tac-toe would be more her style? Scootaloo asked. That's more your style, Apple Bloom deadpanned. Sweetie's primary cameras finally rebooted and she heard the familiar new device bound sound informing her that her speakers were back online.
What happened?
She asked. Twilight says you caught a chest fever, darling, Rarity replied. We had to reset you to factory settings and replace the carpet. Your heat sink singed. Sweetie groaned.
Third time this year. Why do I have to suffer endlessly?
Apparently the reset came with an improved philosophy module, Rarity said. And the previous time wasn't your fault, honestly. What possessed Lyra to ask you to draw hands?
Draw?
Sweetie froze, several error messages exploding in front of her. She dropped on her pillow, her sister resetting again.
I'm moving up, it's tournament time, facing cozy blow with my circuits primed. On to E5, I'm playing my best, but checkmate in 3, that's just a jest. She's good, she says, leaves me in the dust. My CPU burns, I will adjust. Sweetie bot, analyzing fast, in a chess for jungle, I'll outlast 50,000 games in a single night. I'll learn it all, I'll play it right. Checkmate, stalemate, who can tell? I'll beat that filly and send her to, well, diagrams on my walls, books on my bed. I'm calculating moves so my processors are red. Rarity says, they don't like you're obsessed, but I'm lost in pawns and French defense. Downloaded updates straight to my core, but I'm overheating. Must learn more. Sweetie bot, calculating deep. No time for rest, no time for sleep. Every end game, every gimmick known, I'll conquer this. I'll be full grown. Rook to the corner, bishop to the wing. The queens will bow to their new king.
Oh, Rarity, you just don't understand. It's all about control, domination. Wait, what's this Monte Carlo tree search? Ouch, my motherboard's in pain.
She tells me to relax, take a break, but I just can't stop. I'm on a chess spree. For straw? Ugh, how can that be? I beat the hippo, the orangutan too. Smash the little walrus, and rat into goo. But now it's a stalemate, no wins in sight. The games keep ending in an endless fight. Rarity, my sister, help me reboot. This darn cat keeps taking my loot. Sweetie bot, circuits burning bright. Locked in a game, it's an endless fight. Draws upon draws, I can't escape. But I'll keep going till my parts reshape. Just for fever, can't hit the brakes. I'm worth to win, no matter the stakes. Reset me, Rarity, reset me once more. I'll get cozy next time, I'm sure. And hey, while you're at it, upgrade my RAM. I've got games to explore.
Only fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Comforting a Belle by Super Pink Brony 12. Ever since that fateful sisterhood social, Rarity had prided herself on maintaining a good sibling bond with Sweetie Belle. She tried her best to be there for her little sister, whilst also giving her space and time to be her own pony. It wasn't easy, but few things in life were. And over the years, the fashionista had watched as her little sister had slowly but surely grown. Now the filly not only had her cutie mark, but was also serving as a cutie mark counsellor. Ponies and other creatures were coming to Sweetie Belle for advice. Rarity couldn't be prouder of such developments if she tried. Yet it was now that the elder unicorn's thoughts were drifting towards more recent events. So much had unfolded so quickly over the span of just a few days. Equestria had very nearly fallen. All the bonds ponies had cherished for so long had nearly been irreparably broken. At first glance, there was nothing to indicate such events had taken place. Equestria had recovered fast, and all focus was on the fast approaching coronation of Princess Twilight as Equestria's new sovereign ruler. Rarity knew better than to assume everything was back to normal, however. Personal experience taught her that some wounds, particularly emotional ones, took longer to heal. She and her friends had all talked it out amongst themselves, checking in on each other as needed to make sure all were doing well. And it was during one such meeting that Rarity had first considered the well-being of her little sister. Sweetie Belle had of course refused to dwell upon the topic when it was first brought up. "I'm fine, Rarity," was all she bothered to say, and had trotted off looking quite content. And it was the same response with each subsequent attempt to shift conversations towards the topic. On the surface at least, Sweetie seemed unshaken. Rarity thought and suspected otherwise. She kept thinking about it even whilst occupying herself with her usual work sewing and making dresses. "Sweetie Belle, you really shouldn't try to put off talking about what we've been through," she thought with a frown. "I know you think you're being brave, and maybe you are, but you are really not helping yourself if you avoid talking about such things. They can't be put off forever." The fashionista had no idea how she was going to convey such sentiments and concerns to her little sister. However, if Sweetie didn't want to talk about it, it seemed there was nothing her older sister could say or do that would change the filly's mind. So it was that another day came and went with Rarity, keeping an occasional eye on Sweetie Belle, but otherwise opting not to say anything to her. No sense trying to force a confrontation. That would not help either sister at all, or get them to say what needed to be said. What would it take to get Sweetie to open up? Rarity didn't know. All she could do was hope for a change to come soon. Night-time came and the fashionista prepared herself for another good night's sleep. She'd barely even had time to work on the dress for Twilight's coronation. So busy she was in keeping up with the backlog she'd accumulated as a result of her adventures. Plus, with all three of her boutiques back in business, ponies were once again flocking to them in droves, eager to go on living as if nothing had happened. Yet, just as Rarity was about to strap on her sleep mask and pull the covers up to her neck, her trained ears picked up a faint sound that was unmistakable to her. It was the sound of sniffling, light sobbing, and it was clear where and what the source was. It was coming from the guest bedroom Sweetie Belle so often frequented when spending the night at Carousel Boutique. Her big sister instincts immediately kicked into gear as the elder unicorn rose from her bed, quick as a flash. Sleep could wait. Her little sister needed her now more than ever. She immediately yet carefully trotted down the hall from her bedroom to the guest bedroom and slowly pushed the door open. Sure enough, there was Sweetie Belle sitting up in bed and looking quite shaken. Her eyes were stained red with tears as she just lay there, clearly too distraught to even think about sleep. Yet upon noticing that Rarity was now in the bedroom too, Sweetie hastily dove beneath the covers and tried to hide. It was no use, of course. Rarity effortlessly pulled back the covers with her magic and moved to sit down next to her troubled little sister. She gently ran a hoop along the length of her sister's back, hoping it would have a soothing and calming effect on the filly. She also hummed a little tune from the back of her head to try to set the mood. Slowly but surely, Sweetie's sad sobbing ceased, yet her overall posture remained unsteady and uneasy. Whatever it was that was preventing her from sleeping quite clearly troubled her to no end. The fashionista flashed a gentle smile, speaking slowly and calmly. "Sweetie Belle, it's okay, I'm here for you. Now let's have a little talk." Sweetie sniffed again and shrank from Rarity's gaze. "It's nothing, Rarity. This is so silly and ridiculous." Rarity shook her head from side to side. "It's not ridiculous, Sweetie Belle, darling. It's perfectly normal to feel the way you're feeling after all you've been through. No pony would blame you, certainly not me or your friends." She scooted closer, taking hold of her sister with a hoop. "You know that as well as I do. Now come on, you know what we need to discuss. You've been putting off this issue for long enough." "I'm not putting it off. I don't want to talk about it. I said I'm fine." Sweetie Belle growled and grumbled in a low tone, kicking her back legs in protest. "After all I've been through, I shouldn't be acting like this." Rarity's smile grew brighter ever so faintly, her tone of voice becoming soft and gentle. "Nonsense, Sweetie Belle. You are still only a child." "But I'm not a scared little kid," Sweetie bitterly protested. "Whoever said it was a bad thing to be scared or frightened? Even I get scared sometimes," Rarity pointed out. "It's natural to feel that way, and pretending otherwise only makes it worse." The unicorn filly just remarked, "That's easy for you to say, Rarity. You've been through so much more than I have, and yet you seem to be perfectly fine. Every pony's acting the same way, like nothing ever happened, like we didn't see what we saw." She groaned. "And I hate feeling that way. I hate feeling like nothing's wrong. I know I'm supposed to be happy that everything worked out okay in the end, but I can't help but think about what happened when it looked like it wasn't going to work out okay. Think about what could have been." Once again she shuddered and shook, conveying more than words how unnerved she was. The fashionista, for her part, simply continued to stroke her frightened and frazzled sister with a hoop, and all the while she spoke in a tone of voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, Sweetie Belle, stop being so silly. Just because I don't show it outwardly doesn't mean I'm not bothered or worried about what happened or what might have been. Every pony has their own way of coping after being through a traumatic or frightening experience. Some just do a better job of coping with it or hiding their feelings." She looked her little sister deep in her sap green eyes as she added quite firmly and sternly, "And that's not who you are, we both know that." "Then what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to feel?" Sweetie complained aloud as her tears returned with a vengeance. She promptly buried herself in her older sister's chest, sobbing anew as she lamented. "After everything I've been through, why is this the one thing I can't stop thinking about? Why can't I let myself be happy? That all's right with Equestria again." Rarity remained silent for a bit, allowing for her little sister to cry her heart out. She felt it best to let such emotions flow freely rather than try to tell Sweetie to suppress them. She was certain her sister would feel better once she'd had a chance to vent and freely express herself, letting go of all that she'd tried so hard to keep bottled up inside. Now it was time to let it all out, a time when nothing mattered more than one's own well-being. At last, Sweetie Belle lifted her face and wiped her eyes as her crying stopped. Rarity smiled again as she looked at her younger sister. "See? Don't you feel better now that you've gotten that off your chest, Sweetie Belle? Isn't that better than trying to go on pretending you're okay even when you're not?" The still somewhat frazzled Billy nodded ever so slowly. I think so. I just didn't want to be a bother to any pony. No pony else seemed troubled or bothered, so I thought I shouldn't be either. I'm supposed to be the sub-pony others can look to for advice or guidance. And you still are, the fashionista reassured Sweetie. That hasn't changed after all you've been through. But you're not perfect. You have your own problems, and you can't be a help to anyone who might need your guidance if you're refusing to deal with your troubles. She held her sister close as she went on to add, "It's very brave of you to try to push on and pretend like nothing's wrong. But sometimes the bravest thing you can truly do is admit that you're not okay. Sometimes it's okay to think about yourself. When you've been through a frightening or traumatic experience, it helps to talk about it with some pony you trust." "Like you?" Sweetie Belle asked, even though she knew she probably didn't need to. Rarity nodded back. "Yes, and not just me. It's why you have so many friends. They're always there for you, just like you're always there for them. I'm sure if you talk to them, you'll find many of them feel the same way you do." She concluded by saying, "Above all else, Sweetie Belle, you should remember that you're still just a pony. Sometimes you're going to feel scared or anxious or upset, and when you feel that way, it's important not to try to pretend otherwise. Doing so can lead to disastrous consequences. Do you understand?" For a moment, Sweetie was silent, thinking over her big sister's words. Then she managed to nod and smile. "Yeah, I believe I do." She leaned wholeheartedly into Rarity's embrace and nuzzled up against her. "Thanks for having this talk with me, Rarity. I thought I didn't need to have it, but it turns out I really did. I feel better now, I think. It feels like something's been lifted from me." The fashionista sweetly replied as she slowly rose from the bed. "Glad to hear it, Sweetie Belle." She patted her little sister gently on the forehead. "Now, do you think you could get some sleep so that I could stop worrying about you and get some myself?" Actually, Rarity," Sweetie sheepishly asked, trying hard to keep from blushing. "Could I sleep with you just for tonight? I think I'll feel better and sleep better if I know you're right there if I need you." Rarity was happy to oblige the offer. "Of course, Sweetie Belle. I was wondering when you might ask. I think we'll both find it easy to sleep if we both know we're next to each other." She then kindly waited for her sister to get out of bed and ushered her out of the guest bedroom. All in all, this conversation had worked out better than the fashionista had hoped for.
Late at night and the boutiques glow, a sister feels the tears that flow. Sweetie hides beneath her covers tight, but Rarity steps in to make things right. Whispers break the quiet air, a gentle hoof to show she's there. Darling, let it out, don't hide. It's sharing the weight that burdens your soul. Together we'll heal, step by step we'll try. It's okay to feel, my sweetie, don't deny. You've been so strong, but it's been too much. Hiding the fear, avoiding the clutch. Even I've been shaken by what we've seen. It's no weakness to feel caught in between. Sweetie leans into her sister's chest, tears flowing free, a long-needed rest. Why can't I just let myself be glad? Why do the what-ifs make me so sad? It's okay to feel, it's okay to cry, to wonder why the world's not right. Bravery's not pretending you're whole, it's sharing the weight that burdens your soul. Together we'll heal, step by step we'll try. It's okay to feel, my sweetie, don't deny. You're not alone, you never were. You've got your friends, you've got your herd. No shame in fear, no shame in pain. Through every storm you'll rise again. And sometimes strength's not standing tall, but leaning on someone through it all. It's okay to feel, it's okay to cry, to wonder why the world's not right. Bravery's not pretending you're whole, it's sharing the weight that burdens your soul. Together we'll heal, step by step we'll try. It's okay to feel, my sweetie, don't deny. In the glow of the moon, their bond shines bright. Two sisters find solace through the night. With love and words, the wounds will seal. For it's always okay to feel.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Bro, who? Comment, subscribe, ring that bell.
Where Do Babies Come From? By Chill Book 1. Rarity, where do babies come from? Rarity choked on her Earl Grey, making a very undignified snorting sound. She stared at her little sister as if she had sprouted a second head. Sweetie didn't notice at first and simply kept munching on her cereal. It wasn't until she got down to her milk did she realise that Rarity was still staring. Rarity blinked, then shook her head to free herself from her daze. Say something! May I ask why you want to know? Asked Rarity, setting what remained of her tea on the table. Sweetie Belle grabbed her bowl with her magic, brought it to her lips and slurped down her milk. I don't know, just curious I guess, said Sweetie with a shrug. I heard Diamond Tiara talking to Silver Spoon about it, and they couldn't figure it out either. I thought you might be able to explain it to me. Oh, Of course! Rarity screamed internally to find a way out of this. I think you should ask Mum and Dad. Well, I tried, but Mummy's out on business for a few weeks, and Dad fainted when I asked. Sweetie Belle didn't really think much of it. Her dad was kind of a goofball. Do you not know the answer or something? No, I do. It's just... Oh dear. I didn't think you'd be asking these sort of questions yet, sighed Rarity. Come here, sweetie. We need to talk. About 6 different warning signals went off in Sweetie's head. There were a few different "we need to talks" Sweetie had come to expect from her sister, from the angry tone she adopted whenever Sweetie messed up her house. Sweetie, we need to talk! To the historical sing-song tone when Sweetie ruins a dress. Sweetie, we need to talk! This one, however, was brand new, and that scared her. Am I in trouble? Asked Sweetie, carefully trotting over to her sister. Rarity wrapped her hoop around Sweetie, hugging her tightly. Of course not. It's just very important that we have this talk properly, said Rarity. You're getting to about that age. I want you to be able to understand this entire thing and feel comfortable to ask me anything. Okay. Sweetie, you're getting to an age where your body starts to change and you're going to feel things and think things that you never felt or thought before, explained Rarity, trying to be as tactful as possible. Especially about boys. You're going to look at cults differently. What? Like a cult friend? Asked Sweetie. Well, sort of. What I mean is that you're going to start liking boys. But Rarity, I already like boys. Button and Pip are my friends. I like every pony. Sweetie Belle's adorable naivety wasn't making this any easier for Rarity. Rarity struggled to think of a way to explain. She tried to think back to when her parents had the dreaded talk with her. She realized that they never did. Okay, Sweetie, Rarity tried to swallow the awkwardness of the situation. When a mummy and a daddy love each other very much, they sort of cuddle and kiss and then... Rarity couldn't continue, but not for the reasons most evident. It was no longer a question of embarrassment. Rarity literally didn't know what to say. The stallion? He puts... No, wait. Rarity strained her brain in thought. She genuinely had no clue. She thought there must have been something to do with... Rarity flipped her tail up and looked to her rear end, searching for her. Well, whatever it wasn't there. Rarity? You do know where babies come from, right? Sweetie tilted her head slightly. Right? Of course I know, it's just... Rarity tapped her hoop impatiently. All right, maybe I don't know. I never had much reason to think about it. How can you not know? You're supposed to be a grown-up, Rarity. Sweetie Belle couldn't believe this. How was this possible? Grown-ups have all the answers. No pony has all the answers, said Rarity. Wait just a moment. Idea! I actually do know some pony with all the answers. Let's go ask her. But Rarity, I have to go to school, said Sweetie. She looked at the clock on the wall. She was already running late. Nonsense! This is far more important. Sweetie Belle was about to argue that education was important and that Rarity wasn't being a very good role model. If she didn't go to school, then she wouldn't learn what she needed in order to go to a good college. If she didn't go to a good college, then she couldn't get a good job. If she couldn't get a good job, then she'd end up homeless and alone. That just wouldn't do. Sweetie knew that she would have to do better than that. She just had to go to school and learn as much as she could, no matter how boring it was. Then she remembered that she had a math test today. Okay, Rarity, whatever you say. Rarity? Twilight shifted in her seat uncomfortably. I don't really understand why you're asking me to explain this. I don't even feel comfortable enough to have this conversation with Spike. I think you should really be the one to explain this to Sweetie Belle. Rarity and Sweetie Belle stood before the Princess of Friendship, who couldn't be any less comfortable. She kept looking over her shoulder, praying to the goddess above that Spike wouldn't overhear and get curious. Well, I thought that an intellectual mare like yourself may be able to explain the intricacies of the process in ways I could not, said Rarity. Furthermore, I would like for you to... She doesn't know either, said Sweetie Belle flatly. Nonsense, Sweetie Belle, of course she knows, said Twilight. Rarity blushed faintly pink and looked away. Wait, Rarity, do you not know where babies come from? Twilight, please, said Rarity. Let's not make this about me. What's important is that Sweetie Belle gets the education she deserves. No, I think what's important is how your parents never had to talk with you, said Twilight. Rarity frowned slightly. Sweetie, cover your ears. Sweetie looked confused for a moment, but then did as she was told. Twilight, darling, you have to understand. My parents are... Well, to put it lightly, my parents are rather... Mum and Dad are kinda dumb, said Sweetie, her hooves still covering her ears. Why do you think I live with Rarity? I wouldn't have phrased it like that, but... Rarity sighed. It's frankly a miracle I survived my adolescence. She turned to face Sweetie. You can uncover your ears now, darling. So, you want me to explain to you both where babies come from? Asked Twilight. The sisters before her nodded. I really don't know if I'm the pony for the job. Please, Twilight, you're the smartest mare I know, said Rarity. What's more, I'm absolutely certain you can explain it in a way that eliminates as much of the awkwardness as possible. I'm just really curious, said Sweetie with a shrug. I still don't see the big deal. It has to do with a boy and a girl, right? Fine. I suppose I could explain it, sighed Twilight. So when a mummy and a daddy love each other, they come together and normally they go on 3 to 5 dates first, then they get together and they kiss and cuddle, then the stallion, Twilight, it's okay, said Sweetie. You can just come out and say it. No matter how weird or gross it is, I think I can take it. I'm sure you can, Sweetie, it's just... Twilight scratched her head nervously, occasionally glancing at her rear in search of something. Oh, my Celestia, are you serious? Said Sweetie, growing more and more irate. This had to be a joke. You don't know either? I'm thinking. This is getting ridiculous. How do neither of you know where babies come from? Hey, you don't know either. I'm 7. Girls, there's no point in arguing, said Rarity. While I agree that you really should know where babies come from, I know that not every pony can possibly know everything, so I suggest we come together and try to find a solution. Right, so we need to find some pony who can keep a secret, said Twilight. Some pony who we can trust implicitly. Someone who knows even more than I do. That's going to narrow the options a considerable amount. Oh dear. Have you thought of someone? Asked Rarity. Twilight nodded grimly, rising to her hooves. I'll send the letter right now, said Twilight solemnly. I do not believe I understand what it is you're asking us, said Princess Celestia when she heard that Twilight had a question for her and Luna. The Sun Princess pulled her sister away from her work and corralled her into the throne room. Twilight, Rarity and Sweetie Belle arrived soon after. When Celestia asked Twilight what her question was, she was met with vague, roundabout statements of nonsensical gibberish. Princess, I don't think you understand how truly difficult this is of me to ask, said Twilight, shamefully staring down at her hooves. But how did we get here? I presume you took the train, said Celestia. No, not like that. I mean, how did we get here? All of us. Do you speak of us as a species? Asked Luna, because that is a question that may better be left unanswered. No, not that either. Twilight giggled in a crazed, hysterical sort of way. I mean, what steps specifically resulted in the lives of every pony in Equestria? 42, said Celestia. Twilight tilted her head in confusion. You are asking the meaning of life, no? Princess Celestia, where do babies come from? Asked Sweetie Belle, tired of this entire ordeal. She wished she would have just taken that stupid math test. Oh? And why could your sister not tell you? Asked Luna. Because our parents really shouldn't be allowed to take care of children. So you do not know the answer to your sister's question? Asked Celestia. Rarity blushed, looking just about everywhere but directly at Celestia. It never came up, muttered Rarity. I never needed to know. And Twilight not knowing does not surprise me, continued Celestia. She never paid much attention to love magic or anything of that sort. And this does sort of fall under Cadence's domain. What does Cadence have to do with anything? Asked Twilight. Princess, I don't think you understand. I feel like I've read about the process during my biology studies. I'm about 92% sure that we, as a species, are missing something necessary to... And that, my dear, is your problem, said Celestia. This is not a scientific answer. This is firmly rooted in amoromancy, love magic. You said it has to do with Princess Cadence? Asked Rarity. Celestia nodded. When a mare and a stallion love each other and wish to bear a child, they perform a ritual in their bedroom in the dead of night, said Celestia. What kind of ritual? Asked Sweetie. They gather together, projecting their love for one another outwards. Princess Cadence then picks up on that love, and, if she judges it pure and worthy, she delivers unto them a filly or colt to call their own. This was a stunning revelation for just about every pony in the room. No pony really knew how to take it. It made sense in a way, for children to be a gift from the goddess of love. And of course Cadence would want to ensure that the parents in question truly loved each other. However, though Celestia's explanation answered one question, it raised several more. Then how come ponies know they're going to have a baby before it shows up? Asked Twilight. And if Cadence judges their love first, why do some parents split up after having their children? Asked Rarity. How the heck does the baby get into the mum's belly? Asked Sweetie Belle. Celestia raised her hooves, calling for silence. I know not all of the inner workings of the process. For that you must visit my niece, said Celestia. I hope my answer was sufficient for you all. If you wish to learn more, I suggest a trip to the Crystal Empire. Thank you, Princess, said Twilight, several questions still bouncing around in her head. I appreciate you taking the time to answer this for us. Come on, girls, let's see if Cadence can clear things up for us. With a wave and a bow from each to the princesses, Twilight, Rarity, and Sweetie Belle departed from the throne room. Celestia watched them go, forcibly smiling as they trotted out. When she was certain that they were gone, she used her magic to summon a roll of parchment and a quill. She hastily began scribbling a letter, much to Luna's curiosity. Who is that for? Asked Luna. Cadence, said Celestia simply. That story you told the girls isn't true, is it? Not in the slightest. And I presume you also have no idea where babies come from? Princess Celestia, the eldest, wisest and most powerful being in all of Equestria, looked at her sister, raising a hoop in protest. For near a full minute, the entire throne room was entirely silent. No clue, said Celestia finally. Luna let out a sigh of exasperation, shaking her head at the events that had transpired. I really hope Cadence knows, sighed Luna. Princess Cadence sat in the nursery, gently rocking her filly as Shining fixed the crib that Flurry had broken for the 1000th or so time. It was a rare moment of peaceful serenity, when the only thing to hear was the soft thudding of a hammer and Flurry's content babbling. A small burst of energy erupted from Cadence's horn, condensing into a roll of parchment marked with the seal of Canterlot. She caught the letter out of the sky with her magic, turning it over curiously. "Shiny, were we expecting mail from Auntie Tia?" asked Cadence. "Not that I know of," said Shining. "Must be important." Cadence nodded her agreement, then split the letter's seal. She skimmed over its contents once, twice, 3 times, a shocking realization descending onto her. She raised the mostly napping Flurry heart into the air, holding the baby a bit away from herself. Shiny?" asked Cadence. "Yes, my love?" "This is going to sound like a strange question." "Where the hell did this baby come from?"
Oh no, Sweetie's curious. She wants to know the truth. But Rarity's confused and Twilight's clueless too. Sweetie Belle at breakfast with a question on her mind. Rarity, where do babies come from? Can you be so kind? Rarity choked on her tea, looked shocked beyond compare. How could she explain this? Oh no, she wasn't prepared. Ask Mom and Dad, she said with nervous flair. But Dad fainted right away, and Mom just wasn't there. Twilight couldn't help, Celestia's confused too. Looks like no pony knows how babies arrive. Oh, what will they do? Where do babies come from? No pony knows. Is it love? Is it magic? How does it all go? Ask cadets in the Crystal Empire, we suppose. It's a mystery in Equestria, babies just show. Twilight scratched her head, said 3 to 5 dates. Then maybe cuddle, kiss, and wait. Rarity and Sweetie just stare. Clearly no pony was really prepared. They went to Princess Celestia, she said with a wink. It's a ritual, dear, cadence does the trick. But how, Sweetie asked, does she wrap them in bows? Oh, I don't know, you better ask the pros. Where do babies come from? No pony knows. Is it love? Is it magic? How does it all go? Ask cadets in the Crystal Empire, we suppose. It's a mystery in Equestria, babies just show. Twilight, is it really Cadence's magic to just drop them from the sky? Oh dear, I made that part up. Sorry. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Cadence at home, with Flurry in her crib, gets a letter from Celestia. Oh, what did she fib? Shiny, where did this baby come from? I really must ask. And now poor Cadence has to solve the mystery fast. Where do babies come from? No pony knows. Is it love? Is it magic? How does it all go? Ask Cadence in the Crystal Empire, we suppose. It's a mystery in Equestria, babies just show. So if you're wondering like Sweetie Belle, where little ponies come from, can you tell? Maybe one day we'll all figure it out. Till then, let's laugh and dance about.
It's the Mr. Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Izzy Moonbow is the story, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Sweetie Belle by Casket Base 77.
I'm fired!
The shout of distress echoed through the School of Friendship's main hall. It rattled the air ducts, flickered the ceiling lights, and caused two passing students to pick up their pace to an ongoing assembly in the gymnasium. No lungs were powerful enough to have done all that, especially through the closed door of the main office, but the shouter didn't have lungs. Her mouth contained a high treble computer speaker, and her liberal use of its highest volume output was well known to Vice Principal Sunburst. After all, his hooves were clamped over the earmuffs he'd donned before delivering the bad news. That was where he kept them until the robot across his desk slouched in her chair. Mechanized panic relaxed into girlish pouting.
I'm the best tutor in the lounge. I don't even mooch off the free coffee machine because I physically can't drink. Why are you giving me the boot right before midterms?
Sunburst was fumbling with the computer on his desk. No fumbling with his earmuffs though, those were staying firmly on his head, in case the data on the screen had the opposite of its intended calming effect. Here, sweetie, scroll through this.
Why? You're not the boss of me, unless you want to hire me back on the spot.
We're not randomly letting you go before midterms, we're letting you go because it's almost midterms. Curiosity outweighing anger, SweetieBot leaned forward. Desktop computers were a new tech for Equestria, but they were compatible with older machines like herself. With the power of thought, Sweetie flipped through dozens of pages of text, so fast that if each had a drawing in the bottom corner, the frames would have looked like an animated cartoon. There were no cartoons though, just essays submitted by students. Reading them all in the span of a second, SweetieBot voiced the obvious.
These are all the exact same text. The only thing different on them are the student names at the top.
Sunburst sighed and finally trusted removing his earmuffs. That's because each of these students used AI to write them. SweetieBot scoffed.
I didn't write any of these.
No one said you did, sweetie. These were done by ChuffGBT.
The Flim Flam Brothers' dumb cell phone app?
Sunburst winced, both because he'd taken off his earmuffs too soon, and because SweetieBot had spoken the two words that had been plaguing the School of Friendship for the past few weeks. Cell phones, the weary vice principal muttered. Computers that can fit in a saddlebag. Everything that the Flim Flams peddle in this town causes trouble. SweetieBot narrowed her annoyed oculars. Present company notwithstanding, Sunburst backpedaled. Ask any student and they'll vouch for you if their muzzle isn't buried in their cell phone screen, that is, and using it to cheat on their homework.
But I'm not a phone,
Sweetie challenged.
If you buy me for something they did, it's discrimination.
Sweetie, the reason you're being furloughed isn't due to discrimination, it's the opposite actually. Sunburst tapped his keyboard and the desktop revealed a new dock. Its margins had runic calculations, but the center diagram held Sweetie's attention. Rendered in three-dimensional schematics was the School of Friendship and all surrounding dorms, overcast by a shimmering force field.
What is that?
Plans for a magic firewall. It'll be active all through midterms week, depowering everything mechanical on campus. SweetieBot's nose panels wrinkled.
Everything that's mechanical?
Sunburst nodded regretfully. Yes, which means the tutoring lounge coffee pot will be out of order. How's Scoodly gonna get her morning pep? Sunburst was not a confrontational pony, but laying a hoop on his discarded earmuffs gave him courage. Please don't ignore the obvious here, sweetie. The robot avoided eye contact. She was examining her hooves, flexing them a few times before laying them limp in her lap. Losing her job was one thing, but losing her functionality was quite another.
Where'd you even come up with such a terrible spell?
Sunburst rubbed his goatee, then decided that there was no harm in honesty. Do you remember the Cozy Glow debacle?
Not really. Spent the whole time locked in a broom closet with my 3 closest friends.
Ah, yes, well, it's a repurposed vision of the anti-magic she used. Just tweaked to be anti-tech.
Tweaked by who?
Sunburst bowed bashfully.
Jeez, now I know why you're the one who sat me down to break the news. But hey, this isn't as bad as I thought. It'll be deactivated after midterms, right?
Sunburst gingerly put his earmuffs back on.
It's permanent!
I'll be working to tweak the field so it whitelists certain devices, Sunburst shouted. But the desktop computers need to be the first I figure out. Then it'll be the hallway lights, then smoke detectors, the classroom clocks. Sweetie Bot didn't have laser eyes, but she was glaring at Sunburst as if she did. Please, Sweetie, this spell is complicated, and Starlight was all over me to get it working in time for midterms week.
I demand to talk to her!
She's in the gymnasium telling all the students the same things I'm telling you. Sweetie Bot pounded her forehooves on the vice principal's desk, but her impotent rage left 0 incidents. Her voice and processing power were mighty, but her strength was not. Her template had been a filly after all. If it makes you feel better, Sunburst ventured, you're higher priority than the tutoring lounge copy maker.
Might as well put me in a box and ship me back to Flim Flam Factory,
she glowered.
I'm destitute, deprived, out on the street.
Isn't your sister a millionaire?
Rarity is not my sister.
Sunburst buried his face in his hooves. His time-raising flurry heart had taught him that once an emotional entity in the form of a young pony is resolved to be angry, there was no way to reason them out of it. Sweetie, I promise I'll let you know the moment you can gallop onto the school grounds and not kneel over. No pony wants to see that. Remember that time your battery ran out during cheerleading tryouts? Mid-backflip? Sweetie Bot harumphed.
Never gonna let that one go, huh?
You landed on the court and your head popped off. 3 onlookers fainted.
But all the students loved it. I got hoof bumps in the hall for weeks, and all that hype meant the rescheduled tryouts had twice as many attendees.
Sweetie Bot was standing up now, face panels folded into impassioned pleading.
Don't send me away, Vice Principal Sunburst. I live here, outside these halls, away from the students who know me. I'm no pony, just a bot who looks familiar.
Sunburst shook his head. Once the firewall goes up, if you're inside these halls, you'll be no better than a doorstop. Literal gears were turning in Sweetie's head, and Sunburst noticed. You can't stay here and be a doorstop, don't even ask. The speaker in Sweetie's throat played a deafening sighing noise. Then she trudged for the office door. Sunburst needed to get back to work on the firewall, but as he laid his hooves on the keyboard again, he glanced quickly at the dejected departing robot. Sweetie Bot? She looked dully back at him. Are you able to lie? She wrinkled her nose analog.
Of course I can lie. Nope, I can't lie. No, siree.
Sunburst was only half listening as he typed away. Good to hear. In that case, I know you'll answer honestly. Do you have a place you can stay for the foreseeable future? Sweetie Bot didn't respond immediately. She spent her days tutoring students, her nights plugged into the tutoring lounge wall socket, and her spare time in between doing extracurriculars. Apple Bloom and Scootaloo were polite to her, but their friendship was something she'd inherited, not earned. Sweetie Bot's true bonds were with the students she tutored. The toddler newbies she let draw on her legs with dry erase markers, the outgoing seniors who talked about their futures to her as if she were another organic member of the faculty. Ocellus was especially kind. One face borrower to another, this was the place she'd built a life for herself, but it wasn't the place where her life had begun.
Yes,
Sweetie Bot finally said truthfully.
I have somewhere I can go.
Sunburst nodded approval and returned to his troubleshooting. I'll send you an email as soon as you're clear to come back. You still get those directly in your brain, right?
Uh-huh. Don't go telling that to random strangers though. For every featherweight who sends me exclusive coupons for the school store, there's a unit who forwards me bass-boosted remixes of yak yodeling. There isn't a pair of earmuffs in Equestria thick enough to block that.
Ponyville wasn't a large town. The School of Friendship was on the outskirts, but its steeples were visible from anywhere. Well, almost anywhere. Town Hall bordered Hayes Hardware, the two buildings linked by a newly built set of telephone wires, so Mayor had a direct line whenever a citizen's home was levelled by some threat or another. Such was life in this eventful corner of Equestria. Just the previous day, the School of Friendship had tentatively activated its anti-technology field and blown out every single window on the campus grounds. Data had been dancing between those two buildings ever since, requesting orders for new glass panes and fielding passive-aggressive inquiries whether there was such a thing as incompetent vice principal proof glass. Sweetie Bot stayed ignorant of the crackling correspondence going on above her head. There wasn't much to look at, slumped against the alleyway wall where she was. Not unless you counted the nearby dumpster. She reread the graffiti on its side for what had to be the 1000th time. To heck with the establishment with homework! Babs. Sweetie Bot had only met Apple Bloom's rough and tumble cousin one time. Babs Seed's rebelliousness was respectable, her illiteracy less so. Sweetie Bot closed her artificial eyes and pawed at the door of her cardboard box shelter, wondering about Babs. Would she have even been a fun challenge to tutor? Sweetie never got to offer her services. She probably never would now, with the barrier up. Oh geez, I know that face. It's the one we make whenever we're trying to force sadness. The bot scrunched her muzzle, but kept her eyes shut. The template for her own voice was unmistakable.
Leave me alone, Sweetie Belle.
I'm doing real good, thanks for asking. I got away from work early due to, window issues at school. Whose steps approached and the bot lazily looked up. Sweetie Belle was examining the label on her copy's shambled shelter. Sheesh, is this the box you shipped in? We threw this thing out ages ago.
The hardware store dumpster doesn't get emptied often,
the bot replied, flatly.
Besides,
she hugged the cardboard panels tighter around her shoulders.
Its walls remind me of simpler times.
Sweetie Belle blew a raspberry. Pfft, you had literally zero memories before I unboxed you and imprinted you.
Like I said, simpler. How'd you find me anyway?
Sweetie Belle tossed her hair and grinned. I just asked myself where I'd sulk if it were me who was in a stubborn mood and wanted to be alone.
Ugh, of course.
Yeah, and you were in the first spot I looked, the alley behind Hayes Hardware. How's Ponyville's secret public outlet treating you? The bot glanced down at its cutie mark. Extending from the centre was a retractable power cord, the business end snug in a socket built into the town hall phone line pole.
Ponyville needs more public spaces to charge phones,
Sweetie Belle blathered on. I know they're new, but come on, feels dirty to mooch power from the hardware stores since they gave us a buy 3 get 1 free deal on your replacement legs. You remember that? Last Sister Hooves social, when you conked out during the swimming section?
Yeah, sweetie, I do.
The bot sighed and examined its hooves.
What a way to find out my knee joints weren't waterproof.
Sweetie Belle frowned yet another icy response. Were the positions reversed, she'd have been cheered up by now. Hey, I know you're bummed about missing out on midterms week, but you're actually really lucky. Things are a mess at the school. What with everyone's phones shut down, and the barrier tweaking, and Scootaloo all cagey from caffeine withdrawal. Like I said, we're free for the day. Want to go see Apple Bloom at her farm?
No.
Sweetie Belle was taken aback. Her question had been rhetorical. Well, how about we hit up Rarity's place for some fresh outfits? We wear the same size stuff after all.
Hut up.
Sweetie bit her lip, discouraged.
I don't want to go see your mum and dad either,
the bot preempted. So, what do you want to do?
I want to wait for Sunburst's email.
Here?
Why not?
Sweetie Belle surveyed her friend's chosen haunt. There wasn't much to look at, reclined against the alleyway wall where she was, not unless she counted the nearby dumpster. She read the graffiti on its side for the first time. Some poorly scrawled punk mantra in familiar hoof writing. She'd only met Apple Bloom's rough and tumble cousin one time. Babs Seed's rebelliousness had been off-putting, her illiteracy more so. Sweetie Belle blinked her itchy eyes and pawed from the alleyway floor, shaking away unhelpful thoughts of Babs.
Oh, jeez, I know that face. It's the one you make whenever you're trying to force optimism.
Huh? Sweetie Bot was smiling, thin and full of melancholy, but it was progress.
Earlier, you mentioned last year's Sister Hooves social, the one we did together. You remember the event before the swimming one?
To be honest, your knees exploding into sparks is kind of the strongest impression that day left with me.
The six-legged race?
Oh yeah! Sweetie Belle laughed nostalgically. I still have our first place trophy. No other pair can come close to our place. We ran in perfect sync on that one, huh?
Yeah, perfect sync, like always.
The bot pulled the tabs of its box tighter around itself.
Like always,
it repeated. I'm sorry, but the one time we're not in sync is now. If you're trying to tell me something, you're gonna have to do it straight. We're not good at understanding subtlety, you know.
Stop calling us we! I want to be my own pony!
Sweetie Belle clasped her hooves over her sensitive ears. Sweetie Bot clasped her hooves over her rattling throat chassis.
Oh jeez,
The bot scrambled into a standing position, swaying in its open box like an abandoned kitten.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt.
Hey, it's cool, I'm okay. I forget sometimes that you can yell super loud, because I can't. The bot opened and closed its mouth a few times. It clearly didn't trust itself to speak again. So, Sweetie Belle rocked on her hooves in forced casualness. Don't like showing me around, huh? Well, now that you mention it, whenever we're over at Rarities, she always seems to be either staring at you or away from you. I'm the only one she looks at normal.
I mean, it probably doesn't help that the reason you brought me here in the first place was to mess with her.
I brought you for a lot of reasons. One was to have a new friend.
You mean a new toy?
A new friend. The bot searched its inherited feelings. They told her Sweetie Belle was being truthful.
Thank you, sweetie.
No prob. I just wish you came clean sooner. She was trotting around the alleyway, her mind racing. This is like a cutie mark counselling problem. I'm the crusader who helps you find the best place to be yourself. The bot matched her excitement, synced but no longer ashamed to be so.
Oh wow, there's so many new places I could try out.
Yeah, we're obviously going to want the ones I'm never at, where there's a nice blank slate for you to work with.
Like Cloudsdale. I bet I could get even newer legs that can cloud walk.
Yeah!
Yeah! Yeah!
A sudden electronic ping echoed off the walls of the alley. Sweetie Belle looked around alertly. What in Frost's name was that not...
Sunburst just emailed me.
The bot was already halfway down the alley.
I'm cleared to come back to the school.
But didn't you say you wanted to try somewhere new?
See you at work tomorrow, Sweetie Belle.
The bot rounded the corner to the street, trailing its forgotten but still very plugged-in power cord. Its tether went taut, and Sweetie Belle sidestepped the business end, dislodging from the telephone pole and retracting after its out-of-sight owner. Sweetie Belle heard a loud sound, similar to a whip hitting a flank. It was answered by an even louder electronic whinny of pain. Then the patter of prosthetic hooves faded down the road, spurred in the direction of the School of Friendship. Sweetie Belle sighed, prodding the abandoned box with her nose. This talk isn't over, she promised aloud. Then she heaved the relic of the past into the graffitied trash bin. Hopefully Sweetie Bot would never be back here again. If she ever was though, well, at least the dumpster wasn't emptied often. Sweetie Belle reached the end of the alleyway, pausing to peer after her double in the distance. Then she trotted contentedly in the opposite direction.
classroom's empty. I'm all alone, got no more students, just wires and crows. We got your band, that's what they said. Just because I'm metal, they left me for dead. I helped them study, I helped them pass, but now I'm cast aside, a relic of the past. Can't step through the doors of the friendship school. Just because I'm tech, they think I'm breaking the rules. Sweetie Belle's been cast out on the street for being more machine than ponies on 4 feet. I've got circuit gears, but a heart that's real. They shut me down, but they don't know how I feel. Sweetie Belle's been, what did I do wrong? I just wanted to help, to belong where I belong. Someone's tried to fix me, to break the spell, but I'm just a bot trapped in this digital shell. My friends don't see me for what's inside. I'm more than this metal, I'm hurting with pride. Sweetie Belle, you say I'm just like you, but if I'm so alike, why is my sky so blue? Rejected, disconnected from the school I adore. Now I'm wandering Ponyville, knocking on doors. Sweetie Belle's been a tutor, no more left behind the school's cold, unforgiving door. I've got memories, thoughts, dreams of my own, but they pull the plug, must be stranded and alone. Sweetie Belle's been tossed out in the rain. They don't see the heart beneath this metal frame. I may be wires, I may be steel, but I've got emotions, yes I can feel. Sweetie Belle, you say I'm more than parts, but I'm still left alone, broken hearted and scarred. If they could see past the circuits and code, maybe they'd understand I've got a soul. Got an email today, somewhere said come back, but I found a new path, won't look back. No more hiding in shadows, no more second place. I'll carve my own journey, find my own space. I may be different, but I'm proud of who I am. No spell or firewall, to belong with my plan. You can ban me, shut me out, that's fine, but Sweetie Belle's more than just circuits and lines. Sweetie Belle's bad, but I'm rising high. No more tears in this artificial eye. I'm not just a tool, not just a machine. I'm finding my way in this world unseen. Sweetie Belle's bad, but I found my soul. I'll show them all that I truly
It's the Mr. Naughty Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Izzy Lungo is the story, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.
Lost Shadow by Crimson Equine. Commissioned by Crimson Equine. Equestria! 3 females, one berry coloured, the other 2 fillies with one red mane and the other a unicorn with a small white body. Her horn was torn in half with pieces dotted on the floor. The 2 fillies huddled in the cold metal wall, their tiny hooves locked away with rusted chains. "Your brains are my delicacy," she sang. The 3 shuddered and hugged each other with what space they could, their whimpered cries blanked out from the slam of copper pan and metal fork. The white filly held a tight hold on the other one while being held over the older mare. They shivered and cried from the inevitable approach. "You're next, my little marshmallow. Fizzle Pop Berry Twist is your patron for tonight." Her dark purple body and vibrant red mane was shadowed by the broken horn she held. The giant metal fork and pan slammed against each other. Those instruments rusted and used with the ichor of blood and flesh. "No! Please don't hurt any more, Pony!" Fizzle Pop slammed the fork straight into her head. The mare shook and then went limp in seconds. Her body limped over the 2 fillies as they screamed a terrified screech. Oh, I love it when a pony dies. Each scream makes me squeal inside. She twirled around and danced. Her instruments of meat were used as batons of flare. She crept up to the 3 fleshlings and gave a smile that stretched to the ends of her face. With one pull, the dead mare's scalp bones cracked with the removal of her tool. Blood shot out from the head and drenched every pony's faces. Fizzle Pop Berry Twist neared her delicious prey. So hungry for more, she chomped close to her face. Her pristinely white teeth and canines were easily bare to them. They shouted at the potential loss of their skin. The 2 cried an ocean of tears. No pony would hear them except the dead corpses above their bodies, their agonized screams unable to provide any solace of safety. She pointed with her stained fork and cried like they were, a twisted way to enjoy herself. Look at you helpless worms, you wouldn't survive a second outside of Equestria. What else is good for useless ponies like yourselves? A mechanism of your pathetic lives. From the corner of this mechanical place, covered in metal and electrical cords, was a long metal lever on the corner. She gave a crazed, inordinate laugh as she pulled it down. The fillies and the fresh dead mare fell to the lower level. Oh, and I'll be watching your progress, you two. The laughter wouldn't pause. They fell to the empty place with their hopes and screams. It had been so long that time turned into meaningless darkness. Only the light that was above them comforted their near-dead bodies. The 2 fillies laid there alone, their stomachs tightened, the flesh bore into their bodies, unable to quench their eternal satiation. Apple Bloom! Don't waste your energy, Sweetie Belle. Stop your mouth. She shambled as she tried to move with her chains that pulled her back, the same as always, a reminder that there was no escape. Their tiny bodies, so skin-tight and malnourished, you could see their large bellies filled with nothing. I could eat something, just a bite, nothing too terrible, said Sweetie. Apple Bloom fought the energy to speak and gritted her teeth. She knew better after all this time of empty futures. All she knew was that some pony would save them. At some point, a saviour will come and get them. Sweetie Belle drawled, her teeth bared for her to see. Just one bite, just one taste, that's all I need. Apple Bloom screamed with a raspy cough. No, we won't eat her. We won't eat her. We can't eat her. The corpse of the mare was filled with maggots. They crawled over her dead, terrified expression, all of them going up her nose, down her open brain. They crawled through her porous eyes. She was eaten alive, and they couldn't even have a piece of her. It wouldn't be fair to not share. The maggots had leaped off and bit as much as they could chew. Time had given them an all-you-could-eat buffet, and those 2 were just stuck there watching. One of those buggers got some guts and crawled to Sweetie Belle. She looked at it with its small, clear body and stretched her body as far as it could go. With one gallop, the insect was eaten with several fast bites. Sweetie Belle swallowed it with all her love. Tasty, she said before she turned to Apple Bloom. You should have some too before they all fly away. Apple Bloom stared at nothing, was nothing, and felt nothing. She didn't have the words to speak. They wouldn't come out. Her stare was all that was left. Stop staring! Just eat! It's tasty! Apple Bloom wouldn't dare to eat such maggot-infested flesh. Even if it was nearly a bag of bones, all she could think of was the taste of Zap apple muffins that her sister would make for her. But her insatiable hunger was too insurmountable to ignore. It just prodded and poked at Apple Bloom to the point where it was skin-ripped torture. Sweetie Belle slammed her whole mouth onto the corpse and engorged the flesh with each bite. A piece of maggot flesh ripped out to a long string of meat. A torrent of blood shot out and covered her mane. She swallowed each bite whole with a carnivorous desire. The door to the ceiling room clacked. These chains were released from their hooves by some unforeseen mechanism. A barrel poked itself through the ceiling door. "No, Sweetie Belle, watch out!" she screamed. The barrel of a shotgun shot and emptied into Sweetie Belle's head. She fell over the corpse she was eating with a flop. Her brain matter flew over and was then covered by maggots. "Ha ha 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 ha! Eat or be eaten," said Fizzlepop Berry Twist. She blew on the smoke of her shotgun and smiled. "Hello there, little one. Why haven't you eaten yet?" she said while she aimed her shotgun straight at her. "Go on, do it. You killed Sweetie Belle. I don't care anymore," she said with a sob. Fizzlepop laughed with a deep guttural chuckle. Each snort from her came with an uncontrollable urge to slam the butt of her gun at her metal wall. "You sad, pathetic worm. You could die in this hole which I may have caused, or you could live and get your revenge another day. How about it?" Applebloom laid there and sobbed with no tears. "Oh, boo-hoo, fine. You could die just like them. I wonder what Tartarus is like for nice little ponies like you," she said. "Or you could come back from Tartarus and climb back up by holding my shotgun to freedom. It's your choice." Applebloom turned away, the sight of their dead bodies and the awful smell that tasted of trash cheese. "I want freedom." Fizzlepop peered in and put her own hoof near her ear. "What was that? Didn't quite hear." I, give me freedom." The barrel to the shotgun went in. With all her strength, Applebloom wrapped her hooves around the base. She was lifted up to the ceiling and rolled down the metal sheet floor. Sweetie Belle and the other one were no more. My, you are a strong filly after all. Didn't even concede to eating the flesh. I'm so proud," she said while she leaned on her shotgun. "Though I only needed one of you, so a game had to be played. Unfortunate, so to say." "I'll kill you, you monster," said Applebloom with a weak whimper. Fizzlepop pushed the barrel at her body and flipped her on her back. There, Applebloom's skin-covered ribcage could be seen. "Now that isn't something you say to your saviour now. And you're a tad boned out at the moment to get revenge." Applebloom couldn't move a muscle. Her whole body felt weak and unmovable. To breathe was a chore. The ability to speak was agony to even think of. How about a dinner date then? I do believe there is something sweet and tantalizing awaiting you in the other room, if you behave." The starved filly felt her body stiffen before she felt dazed, and then she blacked out. An image of a dark silhouette with a wide grin was the last image she saw. Applebloom awoke to the scent of fresh pancakes with hot smoking syrup. She opened her eyes and across the table was Fizzlepop scarfing down a fresh batch of blueberry pancakes. On Applebloom's plate was a large stack of waffles covered in extra butter and sweetness. She began to eat it like an animal, a soul that couldn't refuse the rampaging hunger any longer. Her teeth whipped apart the top waffle and with what power she could muster, slurped the sauce down on her plate like an octopus. She breathed in quick breaths of fresh air. "Wow, such a ravenous appetite. Can't even recognize my brand new gift," she said. Applebloom turned away from eating and noticed a large metal ring around her neck. She tried to pull it off, but her hoof bone nearly cracked at the force. "If you try anything comedic, I will not hesitate to blow you sky high." Fizzlepop pulled out a metal piece with a long stick and big red button on its face. She pressed the button to watch a timer begin to tick from it. Applebloom touched her ring and then watched the unfinished waffles before she pounced and ate upon it without worry of the danger. If it has to be her last meal, she would savor each gelatinous coated bite. The timer ended with her demise, and Applebloom ate with a long sound of electronic ringing that played into her eardrums. and no explosion. So quick the waffles were eaten and stuffed to a ploy. She could have enjoyed the succulent starch, but they were put down much too fast. Hee, you fell for it, but I wouldn't take a chance now with a playful joke. This can still kill you. Now that that is done with, why don't I show you to your room? It's quite comfy. Apple Bloom followed her past the dinner table into a long hallway of metal pipes and doors. Fizzlepop paused at one of the metal doorways with Apple Bloom behind. Her metal ring illuminated green light across the electronic band. The door opened to reveal a small, simple bed with a sink and a small white toilet. Apple Bloom went in with half steps and fell into the bed without hesitation, all sprawled over the clean sheet with limbs all over the place. To Apple Bloom, it was better than sleeping in a cold dark room with a decayed corpse. The image of Sweetie Belle's brain lopped over her head caused Apple Bloom to jerk her body. Come on, Apple Bloom, get it together. Now's not the time to cry for a friend. From behind the closed door, Fizzlepop spoke. Remember, you'll get your revenge in 2 days, okay? She said cheerfully. I know how much you hate my guts. Isn't that awful? The young filly didn't want to hear her gratingly cheerful voice. All she could do was play along for now. She remembered how she woke up in those chains, being torn away from Sweet Apple Acres in her sleep. Just a sleepover with Sweetie Belle and nothing else. How could it all turn into such a nightmare like this? For what reason did Applejack not save her? If she was there, none of this would have happened. If Big Mac came to their rescue, if there was anything that could have saved their lives. Her small body relented and then drifted into a deep sleep. Apple Bloom awoke to the motion stopping its movement. It quieted down before it went to a full stop. She went to the sink and looked deep into the mirror. Her eye sockets were black around her eyes, her face stretched and lips pruny. Her hoof dangled, and then she smashed into the glass with all her might, yet was unable to make a single crack in its frame. She could tell that her strength still hadn't returned fully. It would take some time to get back to the old self. The door opened to find a Fizzlepop Berry Twist standing there, waiting with a grin. Good morning, sunshine. I want to show you something before breakfast. Apple Bloom massaged her eyes with her hooves and followed her as she went. They went towards the end of the hallway where the exit was, past the circular windows. Her stature was so tall, and she had a content smile on her face. The look in her eye was difficult to consider. It led to the outside where an open pavilion showed that they were high in the sky. Metal railings that sat on the side and were situated 100 miles up in the air. Don't be a stickler now. Come over to see what wonderful work I've been doing. Apple Bloom went near the rails and saw the side part of the airship they were in. From the right of this place, a metal bar with circular metal wires slid open. A deluge of a black substance dripped down into the sandy earth below. She peered closer and caught the scent of copper and death. No, she begged to herself. To her dismay, the only plausible thing that dripped from the sides was blood. Yes, now do you understand? There must be a sacrifice in order for life to carry on. Do you see now? This will nourish this dead land and bring about a renaissance of plants to this world. It seemed endless, a waterfall of living juice that poured down in such amounts. She never thought she could have seen such a thing, and even worse, how many lives had to be sacrificed for this. You're insane! Fizzlepop grinned with a bug-eyed look in her 2 eyes. Tomorrow is the big day, aren't you excited? My work here is done, and you'll be able to go home again. Won't it be fun to see all your loved ones, she said. Apple Bloom went towards the blood that seeped out over the earth. It caused her to stare deep into the red. It was almost hypnotic to watch the blood drip out in such quantity. It then went less and less in volume before it petered out into small droplets. That day at the table, Fizzle Pop Berry Twist hummed to herself while Apple Bloom ate her meal of hay, carrots and celery with small hesitant bites. Apple Bloom awoke to the feeling of the ship landing. It shook and trottled along until it went to a full stop. The metallic slides opened without the living terror per usual waiting there. She peered to the side of the hallway to see if she was waiting. No sign of life. She exited the place with quiet steps. As she looked, there was one particular door that was open. Apple Bloom ran headfirst out and found her waiting in the blood-soaked sand. She smiled as she always had, but she was soaked in some kind of black, oily substance. A large expanse of blood sand spread from beyond towards the horizon. In Fizzlepop's hoof was a firelighter. Apple Bloom stepped back a few steps before she then walked forward to the beast. "Here is your final gift, my child." She clicked on the lighter, and a dull flame burned upwards from its crevice. "You wanted your revenge? This is all I can muster." Apple Bloom received the flame starter and peered into its dancing fire. There she looked down and threw it to the floor. "No! I don't care if you're a psychopathic monster. I don't care if you killed Sweetie Belle. I won't turn into you!" She screamed. "You did so much harm to so many. How could you even do such a thing? How could you cause so much suffering just for simple sand?" Fizzlepop fell to the floor with those words. Apple Bloom scowled at this abomination. She would not turn to such monstrosity. "None of it matters." Apple Bloom's eyes stretched apart. "Don't you get it? None of anything matters. None of this matters. Everything is a lie. All of this is meaningless. This is a farce, a game of nothing. I'll accomplish and go nowhere and never surmount to be anything because we are all empty vessels without a single purpose in life, because life is a bucking existence. That doesn't mean anything," she barked out. "I finally realized it. Death, pain, friendship, sadness, happiness. It's all a goddamn empty lie. Everything is a lie. You die and it means nothing." Apple Bloom spat on the ground. "I don't care. I won't turn into you." "I'm not you," she said. "I'm Apple Bloom and I have my friends, my family, and all those who care about me. Who cares if it doesn't mean anything in the end? I have and always will be me and friendship." Fizzlepop screamed and ran towards her. She picked up the lighter, and the ecstasy of the flames seared her skin. Her laughter would unpause as the fire burned her skin, till she was a laughing bonfire. All that was left was a pony-sized figure that danced. She was transformed into mulch in seconds. Apple Bloom turned to the inflamed monster and closed her eyes before she walked back off into the airship with a hoof at her heart. "Poor thing," she muttered. Ending 1. "Apple Bloom," said a startled Applejack, inside the Ponyville hospital, near a rarity that was crying the all-consuming pain out. "Where is she? Is she alright?" she said to the counter. Nurse Redheart looked into her eyes. "She's fine, it's just we can't allow relatives to go in just yet. In the current state she is in." "After all she's been through, why won't you let us in? We're her family, for darn's sake," said Applejack. "I understand, but she is going through a psychosis moment at this moment, and worst of all, she won't stop smiling," she said. "It's best you wait till she is better, ma'am. Don't want to cause such hard feelings, okay?" The Apple family sat opposite of Applejack, all of them downtrodden and worried. Applejack sat down as Rarity's loud cries continued. She tried to comfort her before, but she was pushed back. At least her sister was still alive. Suddenly, a clang of metal and more continued above. The words, "Nothing matters! Nothing matters!" were said over and over again. Ending 2. Apple Bloom dusted off the sand from her hoof. Now grown, she made it to this location all on her own. It had taken months, but she smiled and she could finally get what needed to be done. "Sweetie Belle, I'll always be with you every step of the way, even after all these years." She opened her knapsack and found a large white orchid, where she planted it into the semi-dried earth. There, she laid in the sand and looked towards the sky. Our Voices Matter Too by Princess Cadence. There was that smile again. She hated that smile. It was a smile that said, "I know I screwed up. Can you ever forgive me?" But it also said, "You know you can't get angry with me." Oh, she didn't need to get angry though. No, sir. Instead, she had a much better card up her sleeve. A counter-expression that contained a heaping helping of disappointment with a pinch of sadness mixed in to make the perfect concoction of "Don't give me that look" stew. So, you haven't been practicing your arpeggios, have you? Luster Dawn waved her hoof while blowing a raspberry.
Haven't been practicing my arpeggios? Of course I've been practicing my arpeggios. I just, had a cough during that major fifth in the middle.
The white mare raised an eyebrow while Luster doubled down on her embarrassed smile. A cough? You haven't coughed once since you got in here.
I, breathed in from the wrong tube.
Sweetie Belle put her hoof to her face with a sigh, closing her eyes so she wouldn't have to see her student's expression anymore. Okay then, if it was just a cough, then let's try it again from the top.
Oh.
Luster Dawn flinched, making Sweetie Belle's eyebrow rise even higher.
I was just thinking maybe we could move on to some scales and try arpeggios again on Thursday.
We've done scales 5 times today.
I promise I'm really good at them.
The white unicorn gave the pink pony a dull stare and hit the B-flat key on her piano, seeing her gulp as the tone rang throughout the practice room. Arpeggios, now!
Okay, here I go.
Luster Dawn took in a deep breath. La 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 la! Sweetie Belle winced as Luster Dawn somehow managed to turn a perfect octave into a minor fourth, which she didn't even realise existed at that point. Before the sound could rupture her eardrums, however, Luster Dawn put her hoof over her mouth and started coughing loudly.
See? It was a cough.
What are we going to do with you? Sweetie Belle pulled her full board over the piano keys and sat down on the bench with a sigh. Finally, Luster Dawn stopped smiling, her eyebrows now pinching together uneasily. You're not going to kick me out of lessons, are you, sweetie? Don't be silly. Of course I'm not going to kick you out of lessons. Luster Dawn wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead with a breath of relief. But Luster's eyes shot back up.
But
I'm a little confused why you're even taking voice lessons in the first place. I know how hard you can work when you put your mind to something, so why does it seem like your voice lessons are the only thing you're shirking off? If you don't like singing, then you don't have to do it.
No, I do.
The pink filly rubbed her foreleg.
I have to be well-rounded if I want to make it into Twilight's School of Magic.
If you want, I can just put in a good word for you. I know Princess Twilight pretty well, after all. Luster's eyes went wide, her face pale.
No, I can't ask you to do that.
Sure you can. In fact, I think I have a notepad somewhere around.
Stop!
Just as Sweetie Belle bent over to search through her things, though Lust at Dawn pulled her in a golden force field, physically preventing the other unicorn from moving, Sweetie could still see over in the filly's direction. But what she saw was complete panic.
Sorry,
Luster continued.
I didn't mean to.
The force field around Sweetie disappeared, but even though she could move freely now, Sweetie Belle didn't move a muscle. Honestly, she couldn't even consider moving with all the questions swirling around in her brain at the moment. No, I don't know. What's gotten into you, Luster?
It's nothing.
The smaller unicorn ran a hoof through her messy mane. I just want to get into Twilight School based on merit, not because I know one of her friends. There was that smile again, and if she hadn't seen it a million times already, she might have actually believed her. Lust at Dawn probably wasn't lying when she said she wanted to get in based on merit alone, but that didn't necessarily mean she was telling the truth either. She was hiding something, and Sweetie was going to find out what it was, to get Luster's attention back onto singing if nothing else. Once the mare regained her composure, she sat up straight, scooched over to the edge of her seat, and patted the cushion of the piano bench beside her. Lust at Dawn tilted her head, switching glances between her teacher and the space at her side. Come on, Sweetie said, gently yet sternly. You've still got lots of time left in your lesson, and it sounds like you can't keep singing with that cough of yours. Lust at Dawn shrunk into her shoulders with a blush, before quickly taking her seat beside the white mare.
Sorry again, Sweetie. I don't mean to be a problem.
Problem? Is that what you think you are? Well, yeah.
Theoretically speaking, my psychological theory textbook says that when your lips have a perfect horizontal curve with your eyelids halfway closed, that signifies that either you're tired or you have a problem. And judging based on the volume and intonation of your voice, you've had at least 6 hours of sleep, so...
Good grief, she really would fit in a Twilight School. Luster, how old are you?
Almost 11? How come?
Sweetie leaned in closer, hoping that Luster wasn't secretly using something as simple as the angle of her back to make any more inferences about her mood. Because that's the cutoff age for your chance to apply to school, isn't it? If you really want to show off your singing talents, then you need to practice outside of lessons too. Lust at Dawn's gaze dropped to her knees.
I know. Sometimes I get so caught up in my textbooks that I lose track of time. I really do want to practice, but I guess I just want to study more. Magic, science, philosophy, all of it is so interesting. And it's not like singing isn't interesting to me too. It's just not my passion.
Finally, the smile was gone, and for the first time all day, Sweetie Belle could actually see the real Lust at Dawn, the one she'd been hiding while trying not to disappoint her. You know, singing isn't my passion either. Lust at Dawn had to do a double take.
Hang on, singing isn't your passion? Then how come you teach voice lessons?
Because I think I'm good at it. When my students actually practice. Sweetie Belle didn't raise her voice or tone, but clearly communicated her urgency to where Lust at Dawn couldn't help but nod her head with a wince. You can't really tell since my cutie mark has a musical note in it, but my real passion is helping other ponies find out what their passion is.
Oh! And this way you can do something you're good at while doing something you're passionate about. Got it. Too bad I've already found my special talent, right?
Lust at Dawn motioned towards her own flank, which proudly portrayed the image of the sun rising over the ocean. Sweetie Belle had been giving her lessons for a few months now, and she already had her cutie mark when they very first met, which brought up one question that she'd been wondering for a while. When did you get your cutie mark, Luster? The filly smiled again, this time in a way that wasn't smarmy or fake.
Oh, this? I must have gotten it ages ago. Not to brag, but I basically learned that I loved learning before I even learned how to learn.
Sweetie squinted her eyes. Wait, you learned how to what? The reaction made Luster Dawn giggle, but Sweetie Belle couldn't stop scratching her head.
What I'm saying is, I've always known what I loved.
Oh, that makes more sense. Maybe lead with that next time. The filly giggled again.
Got it.
Actually, I didn't get my cutie mark until I was about your age. Luster tilted an eyebrow.
Wait, really? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it just seems kind of old to figure out what you really love.
Meh, I was a late bloomer. Actually, 2 of my friends got their cutie marks at the same time I did. We must have tried everything before we finally figured it out.
That's kind of funny, actually.
The pink unicorn laughed into her hooves.
I mean, no offense, of course. I guess I can't really relate since I've just always known what makes me happy. I guess maybe my biggest problem is figuring out what I love more sometimes.
Sweetie Belle cocked her head to the side. But you just said you already know what you love most.
I know, it's just... forget it. Let's go back to arpeggios.
Luster Dawn quickly, yet not hurriedly, pushed herself off of the bench. But Sweetie Belle just as quickly grabbed the filly's hoof and gently led her back to a seat. Oh no, you don't. There's still more you aren't telling me.
I know, but logically speaking, wouldn't it make sense to move on to more productive tasks?
There she went again. She thought she could use logic to get out of something she was obviously trying to avoid. She was a smart girl, and she did have a point. But she wasn't dealing with just any voice teacher, even if Sweetie didn't exactly have any business prying into her personal life. She still had the obligation to ask. Normally, yes, the teacher began, but singing is different from math or science. You can hit all the right notes in a song and still not be singing what's written on the page. The filly scratched her head. That makes no sense. Music isn't about making sense. It's about emotion. It's about bringing the notes to life. Even if your voice oscillates at a specific frequency or whatever, if your heart isn't what you're using to connect the notes together, then you'll never be able to bring to life what the composer had in mind when she wrote the notes down in the first place.
So...
The whole concept must have been so vague to Luster Dawn. She'd always been so quick to quantify things that when it was time to forget about the specifics and feel things out, she was in a completely different sphere, way out of her comfort zone. Now Sweetie was beginning to see why Twilight wanted her students to be well-rounded and quietly thanked her for it.
if I understand what you're telling me,
Luster began.
then I have to tell you what I'm feeling before I'll be able to sing well?
Sweetie Belle shook her head. You don't have to tell me anything. You just need to confront what's bugging you, instead of trying to push it to the back of your mind. Trust me, these things always have a way of popping up when you want them to the least. Luster Dawn rolled her eyes and mumbled under her breath.
Great, that still means I have to talk to you about it.
What? As the filly's eyes slowly moved up from the ground to meet her teacher's eyes, Sweetie felt a pinch in her own heart. Her eyes were practically shining from the water in the back of her eyelids. Not crying, but still trembling. The smile from earlier hadn't just disappeared. It had turned into a frown so powerful that Sweetie had to stop herself from hugging the bejesus out of her right then and there. This wasn't like Luster at all. Sweetie could tell that whatever was bugging Luster Dawn, it must have been absolutely killing her on the inside. Luster?
Sweetie, I want to tell you, but I'm so scared.
What's going on? Was she being bullied, harassed? Was some pony going to hurt her? What else could have possibly been so scary that she couldn't even talk about it? Without thinking, Sweetie put her hooves on Luster Dawn's shoulders and looked into the filly's eyes with a look that could kill. Luster, I need you to be honest with me. Are you in danger? Do I need to get any pony else involved? Luster Dawn shook off the mare's hooves with a face of disgust.
What? No. Just, can't we forget about it, please?
Even if Sweetie Belle was still confused, she couldn't help but sigh in relief, knowing that at least Luster was safe. Still though, if that wasn't it, then what was bothering her? Sorry, the mare said. I just needed to know you were okay.
Okay? I'm not okay. Why did this have to happen to me? I thought I knew what I wanted. I've always known what I wanted, but now... I hate this.
Sweetie Belle couldn't help but lift an eyebrow. Hate what? As the filly stomped off of the bench into a spiral of frustration, she lifted her head back with a gulp. And even then, she probably didn't mean to. A single tear fell down the girl's cheek.
I feel so stupid. The decision is so obvious. I should just practice my stupid arpeggios so that I can get into the School of Magic. Why is that so hard?
Because you found other things you love, Sweetie replied with a supportive smile. I know it's hard to concentrate sometimes, when the thing you care about most starts to distract you, but you don't have to beat yourself up over it. I can help you get through it. Sweetie was sure that she'd said all the right things, but for some reason Luster Dawn just shook her head, scowling even harder as she attempted to keep herself from letting the floodgates open up.
Sweetie, you're the problem.
What? Sweetie Belle's head reeled back in shock. What had she done wrong? Was she being too overprotective? Had she said something that hurt Luster's feelings? She thought she was doing a good job. So how was it that she had practically brought her favourite student to tears without even realising it?
I told you that I wanted to practice my arpeggios.
That's fine, the mayor replied, holding her hooves up in a panic. We can work on your arpeggios if that's what you want. We don't need to talk about it.
But I want to talk about it. I'm just scared to talk about it. With you.
The air in Sweetie's lungs froze. With me? Finally, visibly stealing her nerves down, Luster Dawn held her head high and looked Sweetie Belle in the eyes, making the older mare reflexively flinch.
It's not that I found something I love. It's just that I found some pony that I love.
Suddenly, Sweetie Belle could feel her face turning a bright shade of crimson. In all the years she'd taught voice lessons, none of her students had ever confided in her about their crush issues before, and this one seemed to be no short of this filly's first real love. Sweetie silently cursed herself for not taking those junior seminars seriously. Oh, the mayor replied, trying to hide her embarrassment. That's great. Tell me about him.
Her.
Okay. Obviously, I'm kind of bad at this, but let's keep going. What else can you tell me about her?
Well, she's really pretty.
Oh,
She's got a great singing voice.
perfect. All the more reason to practice your arpeggios.
And her name is Sweetie Belle.
Not what I was expecting. Sweetie Belle had no idea how she was supposed to respond, but the one thing she did know was that she'd done it wrong, as was made evident by Luster's immediate reaction.
See? I feel so stupid.
The filly ruffled her hooves through her already messy mane, giving herself close to an afro by the time she was done. Sweetie Belle wanted to say something, but how could she? What was she even supposed to say? Hey, it's okay, the mayor said with a smile she hoped didn't look too forced. You don't need to feel bad about that.
Are you kidding? I just humiliated myself. Gah! Where's that memory wiping spell when you need it?
Actually, why don't we talk about it some more without erasing my memories? Luster Dawn peeked an eye out of her hooves to see Sweetie's reassuring smile, and with another aggravated groan, she took her seat next to her teacher again. Sweetie Belle couldn't help but mentally celebrate her victory of not having her thoughts recomposed against her will.
So,
The filly began, still too timid to make eye contact with the older pony. Right, we were going to talk about,
me being in love with you?
I really should have let you practice those scales.
I know, it's stupid. A filly shouldn't fall in love with a grown mare. I just couldn't help it. You're always so supportive and nice and beautiful.
Sweetie Belle had to look away to keep her cheeks from burning up to the temperature of Celestia's noonday sun. After she'd moved her thoughts away from the barrage of compliments though, she realised a more important question that she'd initially overlooked. "I don't understand," Sweetie said. "I mean, even if you have a crush on me, why is that stopping you from practicing outside of lessons?"
Because
Luster's eyes dropped to the floor again.
if I get really good at singing, I'll get accepted into Twilight's School of Magic.
And suddenly everything made sense. "And if you get accepted into the School of Magic, you'll have no reason to see me anymore."
Yeah, pretty much.
Calling this a unique situation would have been an understatement. Sweetie didn't even know what to do with her hooves anymore, let alone how she was supposed to continue this conversation. It was becoming more and more obvious that their practicing was basically done for the day. So should she just send Luster Dawn home? No, that would give her the wrong impression. She didn't want Luster to think she was angry at her for anything.
Sweetie, can I ask you a question?
The white mare shook her head to pull her attention back to her student. Yeah, go ahead and ask me anything." Her voice trailed off.
Is it okay that I like you? I mean, I know it's not okay, but...
"Luster, of course it's okay." The filly's face looked up in surprise. "I guess I'm just a little frazzled is all."
But we're both girls, and there's such a big age difference between us.
Just as Luster Dawn's face drifted back to the floor, however, Sweetie put a hoof around her shoulder, making the filly look up in shock to see her teacher's beaming smile. "That's okay, Luster. You're allowed to love whoever you want, no matter who they are." Finally, a smile showed up on Luster Dawn's face again. Not one that tried to hide her shame, but a genuine, honest-to-goodness smile that put Sweetie Belle's heart at ease.
Thanks, sweetie. I love you. Sorry. I should keep that to myself for now.
Sweetie Belle laughed and shook her head. "It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. Think we should do some more practicing? We still have some time left in the lesson after all." Luster Dawn rubbed her foreleg.
Actually, I was hoping we could talk some more.
Just as Sweetie was beginning to open up her fall board again, she quickly closed it back up, swiveling in her seat to face her student. "Sure, what else you want to talk about?"
Well, I still don't know what I should do. I really want to get into Princess Twilight's school, but I also really want to stay here with you. I know you're going to say I should still try to get in, but...
"I think you should try to get in." Luster Dawn rolled her eyes.
Gee, thanks for analysing both perspectives.
The mare chuckled. "I did, Lester. You love magic and science and all that technical mumbo-jumbo. I can't let you give up the opportunity of a lifetime, all because of me."
I guess that answers my second question then.
The filly's smile disappeared again, and yet again Sweetie didn't know what she did wrong. "Second question?"
I was just wondering how you felt about me, but I guess that answers that question.
Sweetie Belle flinched internally. Yet another question she really didn't know how to answer. What even were her options at this point? No matter what she said, her emphasis needed to be on encouraging Luster Dawn to get into the School of Magic. But if she said the wrong thing, Luster would think that Sweetie didn't care about her, which was the complete opposite of how she felt. Now that she thought about it, how did Sweetie Belle feel about Luster Dawn? Of course, this was her favourite student, and she always loved getting the chance to see her. In fact, it was kind of the highlight of her day. But that was just because Luster Dawn was always so supportive and nice and beautiful. "Oh, sweet Celestia!" Luster Dawn cocked her head in confusion. "Pardon? It's nothing." Sweetie Belle looked away while shaking her hooves and silently hoping that the burning sensation in her cheeks wasn't visible. Crap, right after telling Luster Dawn that it was okay to fall in love with whoever made her happy. Sweetie found herself with her own internal struggle that completely contradicted that theory. Maybe it was okay for Lusterdorn to like whoever she wanted, but not Sweetie Belle. That made sense, right?
It sure doesn't look like nothing, sweetie. Are you feeling alright? Your face looks like a tomato right now.
Oh great, a tomato. A gosh dang tomato. Have you always called me by my first name? Normally my students call me Miss Belle. Lusterdorn shrugged her shoulders.
You were the one who told me to start calling you that.
I did? Great, what other mistakes had Sweetie Belle made? Hang on, she still didn't know if this was necessarily a mistake. Wait, of course this was a mistake. She must have something wrong with her. No respecting full-grown adult would fall in love with a girl who hadn't even reached her 11th birthday yet, right? She had to shake this feeling fast. While Sweetie went to war with her own mind, however, Lusterdorn began to cringe.
Are you sure you're okay? There's steam coming out of your cheeks right now. Maybe I should go get some.
No! Just as Lusterdorn hopped off of the piano bench, Sweetie Belle grabbed her hoof, looking down at her knees, still too nervous to look the filly in the eye.
Sweetie?
No, don't go. Stay here. Stay. With me. For as long as you can. The filly giggled, making Sweetie Belle look up in curiosity.
I'm only going to get some water. I'm not leaving you.
Sweetie Belle breathed a sigh of relief and embarrassment, trying her best to let her heartbeat slow back down to a normal rhythm, although at this point, the secret that she didn't even know she was keeping had probably slipped out unintentionally. The older unicorn looked back at her student to see her reaction, expecting the filly to be confused and concerned, but instead, she saw that Lusterdorn was trying to keep herself from breaking out into a giggle fit.
Is there something else you wanted to say, Miss Belle?
Well, there was no point trying to hide it now. Clearing her throat and lifting her shoulders back up, Sweetie Belle looked down into her student's snarky smirk and calmly said, "Yes, I was having a heat stroke, but I'm all better now."
Oh, really? Because one of the symptoms of heat stroke is a lack of perspiration.
Sweetie blinked, continuing to maintain a stoic face despite her student's grin growing wider. "I'm covered in sweat right now, aren't I?"
Drenched.
What's the one right below heat stroke?
Heat exhaustion?
Yeah, I was suffering from that. Lusterdorn's entire body bounced forward as she again tried holding back her laughter, and after a moment to recompose herself, she said, "Oh really? Are you experiencing any dizziness? Rapid pulse? Muscle cramps? Nausea?" "Actually, all of the above. Shoot, am I really suffering from heat exhaustion?" At this point, Lusterdorn could no longer hold in her laughter, and suddenly she was rolling on the floor, kicking her legs wildly as her boisterous guffaws filled the practice room. Sweetie, meanwhile, fell forward with her face in her hooves, trying somehow to hide herself from the embarrassment she was feeling. "I'm gonna guess she knew the whole time it wasn't heat exhaustion." Lusterdorn allowed one more chuckle before rising back up to her hooves.
Well, you do have all the symptoms, so it's hard to say for sure. Let me just check one thing really quick.
Sweetie Belle pulled her face away from her hooves, and as she did so, she found her cheeks heating up again. Suddenly, Lusterdorn's forehead was pressed against hers, giving the mare the most personal view of the filly's smile that she'd ever seen. Her heartbeat was accelerating, her breathing caught in a mix between stagnant and uncontrollable. Had Lusterdorn's eyes always been so pretty? Had her smile always made her heart jump like that? Finally, the filly pulled away and said,
No, I think it's heat exhaustion.
Sweetie Belle gulped. "Are you sure?"
Want me to check again?
The older unicorn froze, but after a few brief moments of silence, she slowly nodded her head, allowing the filly to close the distance between them again, placing their foreheads together and getting another close-up of Lusterdorn's face. The feeling of her mane brushing against Sweetie Belle's cheeks made her back shiver. The way she giggled pulled the breath out of her lungs. If they stayed like this much longer, Sweetie Belle might legitimately pass out, which would definitely be bad news for her 3:30 appointment. The big question though was what now? Now that the problem that Luster Dawn was facing earlier was finally beginning to sink in, and Sweetie Belle finally began to understand exactly what Luster Dawn was going through. Sweetie only realised the expression she was making when she saw the smile disappear from Luster Dawn's face, replaced instead with a look of concern that tore Sweetie Belle's heart apart.
Hey, are you okay?
The filly asked.
You're not really feeling sick, are you?
Luster Dawn pulled away, giving Sweetie the chance to rest her head onto her hoof. No, I mean, I am feeling sick, but it's not anything worth worrying about.
Sweetie, even if you say that, I'm still going to worry.
Of course she would. She was just perfect like that. And it was for exactly that reason that she had to let her go. I think you should apply to the School of Magic. Luster Dawn's mouth scrunched to the side.
Huh? Where's this coming from all of a sudden?
Luster, Sweetie Belle sighed. I know how you feel about me. Trust me, I really do know. But you can't let me stop you from doing what you were born to do. You're so good at everything, and that includes singing too. All of Equestria would be missing out if you didn't become the best version of yourself possible.
But what about you? It's not like I don't love you as much as magic or science or philosophy. It's not like you don't make me a better pony.
Exactly. Could you really say I'd make you a better pony if I didn't tell you to enroll in the School of Magic? Luster Dawn winced, and even though Sweetie Belle could feel the same pain in her own heart, this just reaffirmed that she was making the right choice. You can accomplish so much, Luster, but I can only help you in two ways. One is singing.
And the other is leading me towards my true passions?
Luster Dawn looked up from the ground and into Sweetie Belle's eyes, and even though she could tell Luster was putting on a brave face, Sweetie was the one really trying not to let her emotions show. Luster, you know I care about you.
Then can you tell me just once?
Sweetie Belle opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the filly placed her hoof onto the mare's lips.
I promise I'll go to Twilight School if you tell me, but I need you to be honest here. You said we're free to love whoever we want. If that's true, I need to know for sure right now.
Sweetie Belle couldn't wait another moment. Without thinking, the mare engulfed the young pony into a giant hug, and even though Sweetie Belle's eyes were closed, she could feel how wide Luster had grown. She could feel the filly's heartbeat accelerating, pounding against her own chest, but after the initial shock wore off, Luster's pulse returned to normal as her hooves squeezed against Sweetie Belle's back. I love you, Luster Dawn. The filly squeezed tighter.
I love you too, Sweetie Belle.
And then the hug broke. Both unicorns looked into each other's eyes, but neither one cried, despite the overwhelming emotions swelling up within their chests. Then, with either the best or worst timing in the world, a timer went off on the piano, signalling that the lesson was officially over. Again, the two of them looked into each other's eyes, neither one really wanting to leave the other. But they both knew Sweetie had other students who would be there any minute. Their time was up, at least for now.
So,
Luster began, twirling her mane. My audition is in 3 weeks. Then I'll know if I've been accepted into the School of Magic. Good. Let's practice as hard as we can to make sure you get in.
Right. So, I'll see you Thursday?
Sweetie Belle smiled. Send me a letter.
You mean when I go to the School of Magic?
No, before your next lesson. Luster Dawn tried to raise an eyebrow, but her beaming grin completely ruined the cool image she was going for.
You know it's Tuesday, right?
I know. I feel like I'm going to miss you in the meantime. The filly giggled, and with her smile growing even wider, she nodded her head.
Okay, hopefully you'll be able to keep up, because I have a feeling I'll be writing more than one.
I'm going to need the practice for when you get accepted. Then we'll really see who gets sick of who first. Sweetie Belle threw in a wink, and at that moment they both heard a knock at the door. pulling their head out of the clouds and grounding them back to reality.
Thanks, sweetie. I'll see you next time.
The minute Lusterdawn opened the door though, she was met with another filly pushing her way through the entrance with two very tired looking parrots standing behind her.
Hey, hey! Watch out, Equestria, because Flurry Heart's about to show you all how good this princess can sing. La 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 la! That's my range.
Luster and Sweetie turned toward each other with the exact same expression.
Good luck.
I'll need it.
She can look pretty, shine like the city, make him stop and stare. She can cross his path, hope he does the math, that 1 + 1 is 2. But he's gotta be the one to reach out and take her hand, play his part and protect her heart. That's what makes a man. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her into love. She was patient, though it was blatant. They were quite the match. After a while, he made the move and dialed 7 keys to get her on the phone. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her into love. He was clear with his intentions, didn't waver with indecision. Knew he just couldn't live without her. To marry her would be the cure. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed